For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Ready.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County meeting. This is December 21st, 2022. It is 10:04 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris. Present. Commissioner Natalie Hall. Present. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are thankful for this day, for your grace and mercy. As we celebrate this season of thanks, we are grateful for friends and family. Bless now our commissioners. Bless those who are exiting for another level in their lives. Lord, we just thank you now. It's in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0955, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items? Madam Clerk?
I don't have any.
All right, Commissioners? All right, on page 4, item number 0966. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended. A motion to approve as amended by Commissioner Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Were you removing 66?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And the
Madam
motion
Clerk.
passes unanimously. On page 5, recess meeting agenda, 22-0970, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have an amendment to today's agenda. On page 5, 22-0972, we're removing the proclamations recognizing 100 Black Men of America and the Medical Examiners Accreditation Week, sponsored by Commissioner Hall. These proclamations will be heard at a later meeting. That's all I have.
That's all? Anything, Commissioners? All right, motion to approve the agenda as amended. The motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0971, ratification of minutes, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, December 7th, recess meeting minutes, November 16th, 2022.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0972, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Commissioner Liz Hausman Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and the full Board of Commissioners.
Of course.
No, y'all. How about I was missing page 2?
Let's come on down. Let's get all the friends and family here of Commissioner Hausman, Vice Chair Hausman. Liz. Come on down. Yeah. Well, I know definitely some of the, yeah. Well, I know the lady here in the vest is pretty shy, so. You can balance it out. We got get your staff to come on down, former staff. So, all right. Hey, all y'all folks up there and the outside, you can come down here too. Oh, well, you know who your friends are, Liz, so. All right, come on down, Edward. We're definitely, this is not, we don't really have this is not enough to really fet and celebrate the service that these two folks have provided. So it's a little bit of a token, and to sort of truly demonstrate, you know, how into service they are. We're going to fet them and celebrate them, and then they're going to turn around and sit with us for 8 hours during this commission meeting, right? So you can't leave early. All right. All right. Whereas Commissioner Liz Hausman has served on the Fulton County Board of Commissioners since 2011, representing the city of Johns Creek and portions of Alpharetta, Roswell, and Sandy Springs, with prior experience on the inaugural Johns Creek City Council and Fulton County Board of Education. And whereas Commissioner Hausman's extensive experience in local government led her colleagues to name her to the leadership position of Fulton County Vice Chairman in 2015 and 2016, as well as in 2022. And whereas Commissioner Hausman was instrumental in bringing services to her community with the establishment of the Maxwell Road office and connected local businesses to reuse water from the Johns Creek Environmental Campus, renovation of all public libraries and the creation of 2 new library branches in North Fulton, installation of public art at Cauley Creek, and the reopening of the Alpharetta Jail Annex in 2022. And whereas Commissioner Hausman prioritized cooperation with Fulton County cities and spurred the creation of regular meetings between the Board of Commissioners and Fulton mayors, resulting in groundbreaking regional transportation and infrastructure solutions such as T-Splosh 1 and 2 and the Fulton County Transit Master Plan. And whereas during Commissioner Hausman's tenure as the executive sponsor for economic development, Fulton County experienced tremendous job creation, local business growth, and business relocations, all while maintaining the lowest responsible millage rate and tax burden to Fulton County taxpayers. And whereas Commissioner Hausman also played an important role in maintaining the public health and safety of Fulton County and worked to outsource behavioral health services for more innovative and better health outcomes, raised awareness of the dangers of substance abuse, and passed legislation providing Fulton's first responders with Narcan at the beginning of the opioid epidemic, which enabled them to save lives, and passed legislation to share CARES Act resources with Fulton County cities during the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas Commissioner Hausman's leadership extended beyond the borders of Fulton County and included service to statewide organizations such as the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Fort McPherson Local Redevelopment Authority Board, the Georgia House Commission on Transit Governance and Finance, and the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia in leadership positions on the Board of Managers, Executive Committee, and Policy Council, as well as service to National Association of Counties with 2 terms as chairman of the Transportation Policy Steering Committee. Whereas Commissioner Hausman's service as a Fulton County Commissioner will conclude at the end of 2022, as she leaves behind an aspirational legacy of achieving success through regional collaboration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners commends Vice Chair Liz Hausman for her longstanding service to the citizens of Fulton County and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 21, 2022, as Vice Chairman Liz Hausman Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
I see you looking at me. You know I had to say something because we have spent many a day and night on the phone and texting each other, talking to each other. And, you know, we really started back when Commissioner Garner was here as county commissioner. And it continued, and our friendship and our collaboration got even stronger once I became commissioner. And we started off with an unspoken rule of, you know, we're going to be very honest with each other. If we support something, we will say it. If we don't, we will say it. And we always gave each other an explanation as to why, never wavering on our word. And I'm 100% for truth. And if I don't care if it hurts my feelings. I want to know the truth, and that's what you always gave me, was the honest to God truth. And so I'm really sad to see you going. People may, a lot of people were shocked at the collaboration that we have, but you're a genuine person, and I appreciate you for that. And if you need anything beyond this, just contact me. We will talk about anything and everything. Thank you for your service. And hey, Natalie. Hey, Natalie.
Commissioner, this is for you. And I just wanted to say it has truly been a pleasure to work with you. And although we had many differences, what I found over my 8 years is that we had more in common than we did apart. We both cared about the citizens of Fulton County. And so I thank you for your service to Fulton County. And we're still going to need you. So have your phone ready.
Vice Chair Houseman, I said it earlier and I'm gonna say it again. Many times I didn't know if you wanted to kick or kiss me, but as my seatmate, I learned so much from you. Whether I disagreed with you or not, you were passionate about the taxpayers. You were passionate about making sure that we did right by Fulton County. And as you leave and embark on a new journey, we are definitely going to miss you. We're going to miss your leadership. And I appreciate you and I wish you well.
I know we all said some remarks up there, so I'm going to abbreviate that. I'm not going to say any more. And we have, Vice Chair, but you get to come up here and share with us. So.
Wow, thank you. And yes, thank you.
Oops, that'd be a good thing.
So I'm going to try and make it through some brief remarks without crying, but it's been 12 years. And I know, Mr. Chairman, you're going to be timing this. So I'm going to do my best to do it quickly. But yeah, 12 years is a long time. I want to thank my friends and family and my longtime staff and former staff for coming today. It means the world to me. Sorry. The proclamation was wonderful, and there's so many things that I'm so thrilled that I was a part of. When we created the city of Johns Creek 20 years ago almost, it was an easy sell to the community because folks felt like the county did not pay attention to them. And I think we've changed that in a lot of ways. And that's what I'm most proud of is changing the image of the county. I ran initially for this seat for 3 reasons. I wanted to bring fiscal responsibility to the county while keeping taxes low. Bringing on Dick Anderson as county manager really was the step that made those things possible. And I'll be forever grateful to the leadership of Dick Anderson to get the finances in order with the help of the commissioners and at our direction, but to really right-size this ship, fix our buildings, improve our customer service. Just the list is almost endless with the improvements that have been made under his leadership, and I just want to publicly thank him for that. I also ran because I felt like that the taxpayers that paid for everything should get a return on that investment. And I'm very proud of all the services that are now north of the river that really weren't there 12 years ago. So that's another thing I'm very proud of. And then most proud of the relationships with our cities. I'll never forget going down to the GMA conference with boxed lunches and literally introducing ourselves to each other. We had 12 mayors at that point that were there and really didn't know each other at all. And the work we accomplished since that point has been quite significant. We don't always agree, but we communicate. And I hope that continues. It's so important for the lifeblood of the county and the cities that we all serve. So I'm very, very pleased with that. There's some unfinished projects. There always is going to be unfinished projects. 4,700, our health care in North Fulton, our facility, I'm really pleased to see that is starting back up. We paused during COVID, so that'll be coming on in the next couple years. The animal shelter is under construction. That'll be coming on next year. I'm really, really proud of that work. But there's a lot of looming issues. The talk of a new jail, the issue with our healthcare delivery crisis. The next commission has a lot to deal with. So I'll be watching, always ready to help in any way I can. But in closing, I just want to say that nationally, Fulton County is a leader. And we're also recognized as being one of the toughest commissions to serve on. I've heard it time and time again with folks across the country because we're politically divided. But I want to tell you that that's what makes our county so great, is that we can work together. And I think we've proven that. And Commissioner Hall kind of went into that. We in public, we try and put on the same face. We fight, about things often. But that's healthy. It's healthy for our community. So I'm going to miss y'all. It's been a pleasure, and I just thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Commissioner Lee Morris Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and the full Board of Commissioners.
Come on down.
Yes, friends and family, please join us. Staff. It is truly my pleasure to have the duty and the responsibility to read this proclamation honoring Commissioner Lee Morris and his tenure as a Fulton County Commissioner, and even before that as an Atlanta City Council member. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas Commissioner Lee Morris was born in Greenville, Alabama, and in his youth lived in 14 different cities before graduating from the public schools in suburban Washington, D.C. He earned his undergraduate degree from Duke University and his law degree from Emory University School of Law. And whereas Commissioner Morris has been active for 45 years in his church, St. Dunstan's Episcopal, having served as vestryman, treasurer, youth advisor, Sunday school teacher, choir member, occasional soloist, and guitarist. And whereas Commissioner Morris spent the majority of his career as general counsel and chief financial officer for Stevens & Wilkinson, an Atlanta-based architectural engineering firm, and he served 2 4-year terms on the Atlanta City Council in the 1990s. where he chaired the city's utilities and zoning committees and the Finance Executive Committee, was an outspoken critic of corruption and waste in government, and was a proponent of stronger environmental policy, new urbanism, alternatives to automobile-oriented policies, and campaign finance reform. And whereas Commissioner Morris served 2 four-year terms on the Fulton County Commission and served as a member of the Audit Committee, the Defined Benefit Committee, the Defined Contribution Committee, represented Fulton County on the Invest Atlanta Board of Directors and the Atlanta Beltline Board of Directors, and served as priority area sponsor for justice and safety on the Justice Coordinating Council, the Justice Reinvestment Initiative, and Project Orca. And whereas Commissioner Morris has always believed in government transparency and helped to establish the whistleblower hotline through his work on the Audit Committee. And he worked to increase transparency at the Development Authority of Fulton County, successfully securing open meetings, published agendas, and seats for school board members on the authority. And whereas Commissioner Morris, also known as the taxpayer's friend, has never voted for a tax increase, and the millage rate never increased during his tenure. He also worked to clarify and expand homestead exemptions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Commissioner Lee Morris for his commitment to service and for his outstanding representation of the citizens of District 3 and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, as Commissioner Lee Morris Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give him a big round of applause.
No, go ahead. You go.
I said this earlier at the reception, but Commissioner Morris, you're more than a seatmate. You've been a mentor for me. Our days go back to the Atlanta City Council days when I was very outspoken on some of the criticism of the leadership, and I stood by myself in that criticism, and you were one of the people that came to me and said, you know, if you're right, stand on it. Don't feel bad about it. I'm so sad. Well, one part of me is sad that you're not going to be here because I won't be able to have you to yield your time to me anymore. But more importantly, I'm glad that you will be able to spend time with your grandchildren, with your lovely mate. And I know as long as you don't change your number on me, that you will continue to mentor and guide me. And I appreciate and love you dearly.
Well, I had said a few things earlier, but I did one more thing that I just wanted to say as you were going through the proclamation. I just thought about Commissioner Morris is, you know, there are a lot of in the political world today, you know, people see things they don't like. A lot of politicians, their style is to be a clanging gong, right? You know, whether it's on social media or whatnot. And Commissioner Morris saw a lot of things he didn't like, but he figured out the way to not only have the right voice about it without alienating people, but to do it in a way to get something done about it. And there are a lot of lessons that can be learned from that, and something that I've taken in terms of observing Commissioner Morris and the way that he's conducted himself and continues to conduct himself today. So thank you for everything. Thank you for your leadership. And, you know, I have a feeling for both Vice Chair Hausman and Commissioner Morris that service is in their DNA, and we've probably not seen the last of them, and they're going to be engaged with us in different capacities, continuing to make our communities better.
Commissioner Morris, I wish you well. You know, you were one of the first congratulations cards that I received when I was elected, and one of the first to reach out and meet with me. I have to go back down memory lane, meeting with you at Seasons 52 in Buckhead, and you telling me about your history and, you know, the story of your first beginnings and how you got to where you are today. And it was very humble beginnings, so it helped me understand the real man behind Lee Morris, the statesman, the person who really does care about the people. And I appreciate you so much for that. You never hesitated to contact me if you needed to talk about something, and you were very honest about it. I appreciate all of that, and I wish you well, and I know that this is not the last time that we'll see you. So farewell, but we'll see you again. All right.
Lee, I couldn't let this opportunity go by without thanking you for your solid, measured, thoughtful leadership that you brought to Fulton County. And it's been an honor to serve with you. And I've always known that your wisdom just was far and wide, and you had many, many talents. Didn't know you played the guitar. I got a guitar upstairs. I'm going to come to you. Will you give me some lessons? No. All the best to you. You've earned it. You deserve all of the accolades that you're getting today, and you deserve the time off to spend with your precious children here. So thank you again.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman. I do want to acknowledge the folks who are up here with me, my partner, Marilyn Morgan, my youngest daughter, Jessie, and her husband, Tim, and my two youngest grandchildren, Roy and Max, wherever he is. And my incredible staff, Jen Thomas and Michelle Anderson. I've always said that one of the greatest honors someone can have is to be elected by their friends and neighbors to represent them in government. But of course, with that honor comes great responsibility. And I've always tried to remember that and act accordingly. It has been a great honor to serve with these incredible colleagues, all of whom I've learned to respect and admire. Their passion, in some cases, their very vocal passion, and in other cases, in all the cases, just wisdom and compassion and concern for the citizens of Fulton County. That is what has activated all of the actions of these 6 colleagues over the years. And it's also been an honor to work with the great folks at Fulton County. My experience at the city wasn't one that sometimes you could admire some of the folks who worked down there. You all remember the days. I think we put 35 folks in prison from that administration. That doesn't happen in Fulton County. Fulton County is an incredibly well-run government, and it's a tribute to everyone who works at Fulton County that that's the case in every department I've experienced. I do want to take a minute to thank Jen Thomas, whose professional demeanor has meant the world to me over the past however many years. You came over, eight. She came over not as my chief of staff. Harriet came over as my chief of staff initially, and then she went back to Rob, to my loss. But Jen has been an incredible chief of staff. And Michelle Anderson, whose infectious cheerfulness is an incredible tribute. These two have done so much for Fulton County because they respond to those citizens and those constituents and make them happy and make them trust in and like Fulton County. And that is a huge, huge thing in government. So I want to thank them. And I want to thank my family. My sweet Jessie walked door to door with me in '93 when I first ran for city council. She was 8. My older kids didn't really care to do that, but Jessie did, and she's always had an interest in government. And my sweet grandchildren, that's why we do this, for our grandchildren, children and grandchildren in the future. So thank you. It's been a tremendous honor for my 8 years. This is sort of neat. It's like being able to attend your own funeral to hear all these good things about you. You can't do that, you know, at your real funeral. But anyway, thank you all so much.
The last proclamation is recognizing Chief Judge Christopher Brasher Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
There we go. All right. Judge Brasher, it is an honor to present you with this proclamation because we are truly going to miss you. You have done a lot, just conversations behind the scenes to get things done, and the collaboration and togetherness that you have in your heart to work for the people is commendable. And so the proclamation reads, whereas Chief Judge Christopher Brasher has served on the Superior Court of Fulton County since 2006 and has chosen to end his time on the bench in December of 2022. And whereas Judge Brasher has previously served as Assistant District Attorney, Alcovey Judicial Circuit from 1991 to 1995, Assistant Attorney General, Georgia Attorney General's Office from 1995 to 1997, and Senior Assistant Attorney General, Public Safety Section of Georgia Attorney General's Office from 1997 to 2006. And whereas, while in practice, Judge Brasher appeared in state and federal courts across Georgia, including appearances in the superior courts of over 110 counties, and also made dozens of appellate arguments in the Georgia Supreme Court, the Georgia Court of Appeals, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, and the United States Supreme Court. And whereas Judge Brasher is a board member of the North Fulton Bar Association, a member of the Atlanta Bar Association and the Lawyers Club of Atlanta, Master of Lamar Inn of Court at Emory University, and has served as chairman of the Georgia Crime Victims Compensation Commission. And whereas Judge Brasher's greatest achievement is his family, including his wife of 30 years, Jennifer, and their 2 adult children. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Chief Judge Christopher Brasher for 16 years of dedicated service to the Fulton County judicial system, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, as Chief Judge Christopher Brasher Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you for your service, Chief Judge Brasher.
As someone who's had to appear before Judge Brasher, as an attorney, it has truly been a pleasure to work with you in the courtroom to see how you handle and operate your courtroom in an efficient manner. And I'm just thankful that we have judges like you who operate with integrity, and it is just, it has been a pleasure to be an attorney in your presence and in your court. So we thank you for your service, Judge. We know that you do it because you're committed to the residents of Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I want to say thank you especially to the commissioners for your leadership, for your partnership. As a judge, personally, my take on this undertaking, if you will, was to be a steward of authority and to be a good steward of authority, because I realized that the awesome responsibility I had as a judge was for me to keep safe, not for me to keep. And so I always tried to do whatever I did as a judge with that in mind, because we had to make decisions that affected people's lives and livelihoods on a daily basis. As chief judge for the last 3 years, I sought to not only come over here to ask, but also to explain and to engage in a conversation as opposed to telling something. And I hope that that has been well received. I think that we've made some significant strides with our court system that is due primarily to the leadership of the commission, but I also want to specifically thank Dick Anderson and Alton Adams. I don't think that in a time of great trouble like COVID, I could have looked across the street, across Pryor Street, and found better partners to work with than the commissioners and with Dick Anderson and Alton Adams. And so that's meant a lot to me personally, but it's meant a lot to the county. There are a lot of things that happen in the justice system that people don't see. And so being able to have an opportunity to explain how it works, what's necessary, and to have that listened to and acted upon has been extremely gratifying, and it's made our justice system better here in Fulton County. So thank you all very much for that. I am very appreciative of the proclamation and of the recognition, but I'm much more appreciative of the relationship that has underpinned it. So thank you all very much. I appreciate that. I also wanted to mention thank you to the folks on my side of the street, if you will, led by David Summerlin, our great court administrator. David has led us through a number of very difficult challenges, not the least of which is COVID. So thank you very much to him. I think his partnership over here has been a lot as well. And then Max Arachea, who was my judicial assistant for a long time, is here on behalf of my work family. And so thank you all very much for that as well. So thank you.
You changed my page.
1, 2, 3. All right, y'all. Come on now. Let's go. Vámonos, muchachos. Where's the baby? Where's the baby? Is she here?
I had asked to be on that proclamation. Did you know that?
I thought you were on
I wasn't on it. I didn't think, yeah, because I just asked it.
It's supposed to be.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 6, public hearings. 22-0973, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom, video conferencing, or by submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 2 speaker cards here in Assembly Hall. Will Shirley Coleman and Linda Adams please come down?
All right, and as always, when you have 2 minutes remaining, I will simply say 15 seconds, and that will be your to conclude your remarks.
Good morning and happy holidays, everyone. My name is Shirley Henderson Coleman. I'm Director of Development and Marketing with Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehabilitation Center. We've been here before, so I just wanted to remind you that we are here and looking forward to working with you guys. We're located in Northwest Atlanta on Anderson Avenue, just off of M.L. King Drive, near I-20 West. And we are a 206-bed skilled nonprofit, 206-bed nonprofit skilled nursing facility. And we provide long-term nursing home care, short-term rehabilitation, respite, and hospice care. So this is our 75th year in operation. And we've been partners with Fulton County from the beginning. We're grateful for that partnership, too. When our founder, Mrs. Sadie Gray Mays, needed a place to go to help the sick, blind, elderly African Americans and poor whites of our community, Fulton County deeded them the old Battle Hill Sanatorium, and that was our first facility. And later, when we were able to build a new building in 1968, we contracted with Fulton County to take care of the sick and indigent elderly citizens of Fulton County. So we've been partners for a long time, and we'd like to, of course, continue and strengthen that partnership. We've been faithfully serving the citizens of Fulton County ever since. And we've never closed our doors. 81% of our residents who come into our facility are Fulton County residents. 87% are Medicaid recipients. And they deserve, of course, quality care, equipment, and facilities. So we receive a grant from Fulton County.
Right, 15 seconds.
Oh, we receive a grant. We would like you all to increase that grant per our contract, and we appreciate this consideration. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Linda Adams, resident of the Vine City neighborhood. Fulton County seniors are appreciative of the Fulton County neighborhood centers. They give us places to gather together and learn various activities. It has come to my attention that recommendation has been made for vendors, to manage the center next year. It appears that the recommended vendors are the same ones who are currently managing the centers. There have been some concerns around management at one of the centers in particular, and we'd like to understand how these recommendations are made. Are we to understand that the recommended vendors are the only qualified entities that submitted proposals? That information has not been made public. In essence, we are stuck with who we have because no one else can do the job. Lastly, are the senior voices considered when making these recommendations? As the recipient of the services, it's only fair that our voices, opinions, and feedback be used to make decisions that impact us. Again, we are appreciative, but we have rights as residents and voters in this county to impact decisions that are made on behalf of us seniors. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 3 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Hausman and Morris for their years of dedication and service. You guys will be missed. Thank you. It's clear Fulton BRE needs to clean house. Fresh in everyone's mind is the shamble of the runoff election that we certified last week. The early voting lines were horrendous. Average wait times on the north side ran 1 to 2 hours, with 3-hour waits common in the last 2 days. Some have claimed voter suppression. The news stations would have been running with that narrative if it were the case on the south side of the county, where the lines were quite a bit shorter. Or it could have been just ineptness on the part of Fulton BRE. A typical runoff has a narrow early voting window, and in this case, 7 voting days rather than 19. But the BRE decided to open up only 23 early voting sites rather than the usual 36. It's no wonder the lines were so long. We then had the normal 200 or more precincts open on election day with average wait times of a few minutes. Terrible planning and execution. OC Library, again on the north side, as of December 9th, had not reconciled their early voting and did not expect to have it completed before Wednesdays, 2 days after certification. I suspect the scenario at this location was not a complete outlier. Sounds like they may have certified with incomplete data. If we ask the BRE's IT director, Dominique Olamo, he will tell you, as he's told you before. I'll get back to you. Speaking of Dominique, I understand he recently bought a $100,000 Range Rover. Pretty impressive on a $70,000 salary from the
15
county.
seconds.
Maybe he has a second income or some wealth from his country of citizenship, Nigeria. As I stated above, we need to clean house. Nadine Williams is Richard Barron 2.0. She cannot be appointed as the permanent director, and Dominique Olamo.
Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. They say when the cat's away, the mice will play. The management of senior services saw to it that the Commission on Elder Affairs was away on vacation this December. And so it is that on agenda item 22-0929, Senior Services Management gets to present their unilateral slant on the contract for senior citizen transportation services with TransDev. And while on vacation, Commission on Elder Affairs members don't get to record official appreciation for agenda item 22-0996 and the proposed resolution to help homeowners avoid the foreclosure process, and they don't get to opine on 22-0998, the proposal to fund aging services to seniors 60 years of age and older. And finally, they weren't advised to tune in to the Commission Chairman Rob Pitt's discussion about the Council on Aging audits, item 22-1002. But vacation is over on January 2nd. Stay tuned.
The last person to speak is Cherie Davis. Cherie Davis.
I'm sorry, I did not raise my hand to speak.
And that concludes the Zoom public comments.
Okay.
And we have one emailed in comment.
The email comment is from Richard King. I will not be able to attend the meeting. I do have a question. If people paid their property taxes, can they get a new facial on their house? This concludes the email public comments. Thank you.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 6, county managers renewal items under open and responsible government, 22-0974, information technology. Request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $3,652,260.25 to provide maintenance support services of network and physical security equipment countywide.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It's seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions? All right, no questions. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 22-0975, request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $941,700 to provide countywide audiovisual systems, equipment, support, and services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Ellis, please vote.
And the vote is open.
Mr. Chair, point
Yes.
of clarification, I think the total amount not to exceed is showing is 1.258. It looks like there are two contracts. One is for $941,700 and a second for $316,700.
That's,
That's correct.
is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0976, real estate and asset management. Request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $6 million to provide standby repair, maintenance, and construction, buildings, and other real property projects.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, again seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0977, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $5,531,120 to provide comprehensive operation, preventive, and corrective maintenance services for Fulton County Jail, South Annex in Union City, and North Annex Jail in Alpharetta.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It's seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Vice Chair Houseman, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question. I know we're in the process of, if we haven't completed it, of moving folks out of Union City. Union City's listed as being part of this contract, so I'm just curious what exactly is happening at Union City at this point.
Commissioner, the Sheriff's Office, to my understanding, completed the move out of the female inmates over this past weekend. However, we felt it prudent to keep the building in the contract so that we can do closeout services Not to mention, we're not quite sure what the ultimate disposition of the facility will be. The contract terms allows the county to provide a 30-day notice to the contractor to terminate service at any of the locations or all, and so that's our strategy moving forward.
So you're going to go ahead with this work, or you're going to wait just to see what might be happening there?
So because the inmates have just recently been moved, one of the things that we have to do is we have to winterize the facility, shut down equipment, and things of that nature to close out a building. So our goal was to simply continue with the contract service, get all those things taken care of, and depending upon what the ultimate disposition is with the building, we'll terminate that portion of the contract with a 30-day notice to the contractor.
All right, my comment to that would be, I understand, the need to tighten everything up if we're leaving it, but I would hope that we're not doing anything outside of that, because with the resources that we have and they're so stretched, I would just hope that we would not be doing anything that's not completely necessary in that facility.
Commissioner, just an FYI, this is a not to exceed amount as well.
Thank you.
So let me follow up on that. I'm not sure that I understand exactly what you said. This is $5 million on a facility that we're closing, so I need to hear more.
No, sir, this
Three
contract
facilities,
covers,
three, I understand.
Yes, sir.
What are the three?
the three are the main jail located at 901 Rice Street, the Jail South Annex located at 6500 Watson Street in Union City, as well as the North Jail Annex that we recently opened in Alpharetta at the Alpharetta Public Safety Center, Training Center.
And how much now is going to, how much of this is, do you think is going to be spent on Union City and Alpharetta?
Alpharetta, the quote that we received from the vendor was $244,401. That dollar amount includes $75,000 for contingency services for things that are billable under the terms and conditions of the contract. The amount for the Union City Jail.
Don't leave Alpharetta yet. How many inmates have we, since supposedly reopened, how many inmates are typically housed at in Alpharetta?
The sheriff's office would have to answer that question, sir.
I'm told it was 2. Is that correct or incorrect?
Chairman Pitts, we think the capacity at Alpharetta is around
capacity,
40.
Capacity.
Right, we don't have the information on how many are actually housed there.
All right, from my perspective, this has been a boondoggle on that Alpharetta jail from day one. Number 2, I can't see spending a penny on Union City that's going to be vacated or has been vacated. Commissioner Ellis? And we guess particularly when the budget challenges that we have, and you're going to have the sheriff coming here later on today or this afternoon, and as Mr. Adams is fond to say, every time he comes, he leaves with $5 million. So maybe this is the $5 million, or in addition to this 5, another 5. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I guess just sort of a few things to clarify about this. So just, all right, so this is a not to exceed contract, correct? Right, so this is work orders, and if I read the paperwork right, this is obviously a fairly, probably presents some fairly unique maintenance challenges, but we get 1,300 work orders a month roughly on this, if I read that correctly?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so throughout, kind of the entirety of the different facilities that we have, obviously it's probably overweighted at the main sort of jail complex. And it looked like in terms of sort of past expenditures, I think last year's contract was up to an amount of a little bit less than this, right? Or is it about the same amount?
It was less the dollar value that has been added for the Alpharetta facility.
Right, so about 5.2.
5.2, yes, sir.
Right, but our actual spend's probably going to trend out. Through 11/21, the actual spend's about $4.2 million.
Yes, through 11, I can tell you, because we've just completed year-end closeout,
Right.
that we have spent right at $5 million on this contract.
Okay. So, I mean, look, we've had a lot of discussion about jail capacity, and, Obviously, we need as much of it as we can get it right now. In terms of optimization of that, I mean, I think we do need to hear more from the sheriff in terms of what his plans are to optimize those facilities. Whether that's Union City, you know, continuing to utilize Union City on some sort of capacity, and obviously the ramp up of, you know, we got access to ACDC, 720 beds, but we only have about 75 or 100, I think, and so in that facility now, right?
Yes. Actually, we have about, when we moved to women, we have about 300 women in the facility as of Saturday.
300 as of now?
That's correct.
Okay. It was a little bit confusing because the paper sort of indicated that the mayor of Atlanta, that the agreement said we could only move like 100 a month.
Once we moved to women, which we agreed we'd move
Okay, after
initially,
that,
and
okay.
then incrementally 100 a month.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, I think in terms of optionality, in terms of the facilities, it's important. And I do think in terms of, you know, kind of understanding, I guess is, I did have some sort of, and he can go into this when he's here. He indicated, the sheriff indicated to me this morning that there were, Alpharetta facility was being used for sort of drop off, and they are doing, you know, kind of different offenders that come in there and they're transported down. So that's working as intended, and it sounded like they'd moved about 10 to 15 people up there recently as well. So obviously maximization of these facilities, so that we open them up, we need to understand that and how that's working and the transparency into that. To your point on that, Mr. Chairman, but I do think, you know, given the challenges that we've had with jail capacity, the notion of sort of shuttering any of these facilities right now at the moment is probably not the most prudent thing to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Morris?
Yes, I just wanted to find out exactly what Johnson Controls is going to do. It talks about maintenance and that sort of thing. I've known them from my prior life, you know, HVAC controls and that sort of thing, not construction.
Yes, while as a corporate entity, HVAC Controls is their wheelhouse, Johnson Controls has long since expanded into site maintenance. And so Johnson Controls is responsible for all aspects of preventive, predictive, and corrective maintenance at the jail facilities. That includes not only your HVAC systems, but also your fire alarm systems, the plumbing systems. Essentially, our modus operandi, if you will, is if it is broken, Johnson Controls is responsible for repairing it. And in certain cases, those things are billable to the county outside of their base cost. Those things are typically related to vandalism, which is at a high rate in the jail.
Okay, so it would include drywall and
Absolutely.
anything like that.
Yes,
There
sir.
won't be any more maintenance contracts coming along.
No, sir.
Okay.
It is a all-inclusive contract.
Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments?
And just one last question, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Ellis?
Just for point of clarification too, this particular contract, in terms of where it resides and sort of the viewing of our budget, it sits outside of the sheriff's budget, correct?
That is correct.
Right, so in terms of just sort of true cost of sort of just running the entirety of, you know, our jail operations, this is, when we look just at the sheriff's budget, it may not necessarily encompass all of the costs associated with it. And I just want to make that point since we were on this. So I suspect this is probably about, in terms of, this is a top 10 contract for us, I would, roughly?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Ms. Whitaker, you don't think it's a top 10? You can.
Maybe not a top 10, but it's in the top 20.
Top 20, okay, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 7, 22-0978, Human Resources Management requests approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $97,037 to provide comprehensive FMLA
All right,
administration.
motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdur Rahman. Please vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis, strike that. Commissioner Morris.
Just quick question. Wasn't this the contract that at least one department opted out of before? Or am I thinking of something else?
Good morning, Commissioner Morris.
Yes, you're correct. The department that opted out was the Sheriff's Department. We have been working with them on the transition back into the contract, so hopefully, I know they've made a lot of progress working with the vendor, so hopefully by next year, we'll have them fully integrated into the existing contract, so it's now all-inclusive.
By next year, do you mean 2023? Or?
Yes, 2023, yes.
Okay. Good, good, good. It was unfortunate, I think, that the former sheriff opted out of that.
Yep.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Page 8.
I should be on there.
Okay. 6 yeas with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. On page 8, under Health and Human Services, 22-0929, Senior Services, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $6,386,735.47 to provide transportation services for senior services and behavioral health programs.
You'll recall, this was before us at our last meeting. It was held for additional information.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer, Health, Human Services, and Public Works. Yes, Chairman Pitts, there were a few questions when this item was presented and recommended for approval at the last meeting. This morning, I would like to draw your attention to the presentation on June 15th, where the board approved this contract initially, as well as answer your questions regarding ridership and fuel implications. So moving quickly through this presentation, again, next slide, please. The board did approve this contract initially in June, and today we are answering your questions regarding fuel implications, riderships, and other recommendations. Next slide, please. This is one of two transportation modes that Senior Services uses to provide transportation services for eligible seniors. Today, we are talking specifically about TransDev, which is the bus service that provides services to dialysis, neighborhood senior centers, adult day health, multi-purpose, medical appointments, and community trips. This is also the same transportation system that provides service to our developmental disabilities partners, and they attend our training centers throughout the community. Next slide, please. Overall, we have seen a substantial increase in the Uber and Lyft experience, and the TransDev bus service has pretty much maintained a stable ridership. Next slide, please. One of the questions from last board meeting was the difference in cost. Here you see that the revenue hour is how we measure the cost per unit for the traditional bus service, which is $52.45. This is for an average of 7 riders at a time. There are often more than that and usually more than that, but on average, there are 7 riders on a TransDev bus at one time. In comparison, we pay $19.39 per trip for one Uber Lyft rider, or $17.31 for a Lyft rider. I want to draw your attention to the number of registered riders for the bus service. There was a question about the actual number of riders. To date, we have, out of the 1,455 riders, approximately 945 riders have actually rode TransDev this year. Next slide, please.
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir. Could you go back a slide? So, Chairman, you see the number of registered riders, 1,455. The number of actual riders to date is 945. So we have a registration system in the Department of Senior Services. Any constituent in the community in need of transportation for the bus or the Uber Lyft service, they call, we collect information, and they are registered to ride the bus or Uber Lyft. They may not actually request a ride, but they have registered. So the distinction here is that 1,455 individuals have called Senior Services and said, I would like to register to ride. Only 945 of them have actually taken a ride. Next slide, please. This is the comparison of cost for the bus transportation. We are requesting today approval of the contract from 2022 through 2026, and you can see the incremental cost over the life of the contract. Next slide, please. The board again took action to approve the RFP in June and fully funded the contract through 2026. You also allocated an additional $1.8 million for the Uber Lyft program at that time. Next slide, please. There was a question regarding the fuel cost, and today we're presenting information about fuel costs over time. So the projections here are based on 51 buses and an average monthly cost of $56,000 to $75,000 monthly for fuel cost. I would like to point out that this is a commercial rate, and also we anticipate that this includes any markup from the vendor. In the column where you see NA and to be determined, those columns are blank because our proposal before you today will have the county pay for the fuel. So here you see the fuel is anywhere from $613,000 up to $937,000 from 2022 through 2026. Because the county is a member of the statewide contract, we are able to save at a minimum 12% on fuel cost because we are a part of a large fuel cooperative across the state. So we are able to then add those savings or count those savings against what you see here. We are unable to tell you specifically how much we will save because we don't have the actual fuel cost. My commitment is to provide a quarterly report once we have actuals so that you can see the 12% or more cost savings per quarter. So again, the vendor is proposing that their fuel cost at a commercial rate in 2022 through 2026 is $600,000 to $937,000. Because the county is a part of a cooperative, we will save 12% or more against these costs. Next slide, please. There was also a question regarding continuity of services because of the recent issues with the theft of converters. The commitments and the actions taken regarding these improvements are here. Armed security will patrol the TransDev facility 24/7. Security fencing will surround the facility. The external perimeter outside the fence of the facility is now being monitored by a motion detection system. Senior Services is continuing to develop their contingency plan to avoid any disruption of service for any reason, and which will include TransDev's ability to replace vehicles with other fleets and our ability to issue a standby solicitation for senior transportation as well as a partnership with MARTA. Once that plan is finalized, we will present the contingency plan to mitigate disruption in services for the future. Next slide, please. So today we are requesting and seeking approval for the renewal of this contract as presented before you. That concludes the presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just a general question we're here. How many seniors do we serve on an annual basis? Do we provide transportation for?
We provide, so far this year, under Uber, Lyft.
Both,
Both
Transdev
Uber,
and Uber and Lyft.
So under senior services, traditional bus, 1,455 are registered, 945 have ridden. Quelly, do you have a figure for the number of actual rides? The actual rides. So the number of seniors that have actually registered for Uber Lyft, 4,289. The actual riders ranges between 1,300 and 1,500.
1,300 and
1,500, yes, sir.
and that's for Transdev and Uber and Lyft. The total, all I'm asking, pretty
So,
straightforward.
yes.
How many seniors do we provide transportation for on an annual basis?
Approximately 2,200 total for both programs.
Okay, and the cost on an annual basis, Transdev, Uber, and Lyft? And I think it's worthwhile. I just want to get the numbers straight. It's about 6, 7 million, or 8.
So the cost for Uber Lyft for Transdev this year is $6.2 million just for this year. Next year, that increases to 6.7 million, and it increases every year.
So we 6 million, is that the good number?
Yes, yes, sir. It increases to 7.9 million in 2026.
Right, but as you stand before us today, 6 million for 2,200 seniors.
That's just for Transdev.
I mean, I want to.
You're trying to divide the two services?
No, I'm not trying to divide them.
Okay.
I used to know the numbers. How many seniors do we provide transportation for, either with, including Transdev and Uber and Lyft?
Approximately 2,200.
Okay, and the total cost for that for Transdev, Uber, and Lyft? I thought it was about 8 million.
It is.
8 million?
Yes, sir.
For the, okay. All right. All right, Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Hall.
First of all, thank you for putting this chart together. I'm looking at the comparative table slide. And following up on the chairman's question, 6.2 is the contract right now that's before us for Transdev.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is for 900 and some odd?
That is the number of seniors that have ridden to date.
945.
45. Yes, ma'am.
What is the Uber number, that cost number? Uber, Lyft number, rideshare number?
That is now approximately 2 million.
2 million, okay. So the 8 million that the chairman mentioned is the two together. And then your revenue hour calculation does not include gas?
It will not in the future. Here is what we're currently, the current trip cost. No, it does not include gas.
All right, so the 6.2, then we need to add another 600 and something thousand. So it's 7 million basically,
Yes.
including gas. Okay. So now we're at 9 million.
Yes.
Okay. All right, commissioners and Dr. Rochelle, I'm looking at this comparison, and just about every category, it is far more cost-effective for us to use ride sharing until you get to the point where the wheelchair access and the limited ability of some people's physical needs with dialysis or, the things that are medically necessary for folks to do. But this is striking, the difference. And, you know, it's kind of hard to justify healthy seniors going to a senior center and spending this kind of money when the ride sharing is so much more affordable. So, again, I've got one leg out the door here, but I hope that y'all are all looking at this and taking it seriously. We all value our ability to get folks, our seniors that can't drive, where they need to go. It's far safer. The list is endless for the reasons that we do it. But we have to be able to afford it.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we've talked about this for years, and finally see it on a slide that it's just very striking just how much more financially advantageous to the county to concentrate on the ride sharing. So I'm real hesitant to approve this contract. I know it's, you know, time sensitive, but I mean, in good conscience, I'm not sure I can, you know, agree that it's worth $7 million to serve 900 folks, and we could almost buy them cars for that.
What's the math on that? What is that per person? So I got 900 into, what is it?
$7 million?
Yeah. What is it? Divided by 2,200, it's about 4,000 a person.
But it's $9 million for that.
Instead of 6,000 something a person. Did y'all agree with that? I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, I don't want anybody to misunderstand what we're asking.
I am
We
not
value
suggesting
seniors and
that-
we value
yeah.
the transportation, and but for what we provide, many would not have access to doctors, groceries, doctor's appointments, pharmacies. But that being said, how much is it per?
Approximately 6,000.
Per person?
If you divide 942, the number of actual seniors that have ridden, into 6.2 million.
Do we know how we compare with other, our sister counties, or do our sister counties provide these same services?
We are very unique, Mr. Chairman.
We are
in-
very-
unique in that we are one of very few counties that provide this level of transportation support.
And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you can make numbers say anything. I don't know, Commissioner or Vice Chair Hausman, if I agree that the ride shares are cheaper because the $52.45 an hour is for an average of 7 riders. So if I divide $52.45 by 7, I'm down to about $7 per trip. And so I would submit that $7 per trip is more effective and more cost efficient than $19 per trip with one rider. The question I have is about minority participation. What type of minority participation or disadvantaged business participation is there on this contract?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. So the minority participation is very limited because of the subcontracting opportunities. The only subcontracting opportunities on this contract has been uniforms and fuel, and the fuel cost the county is now going to absorb, but the majority of the labor is minority. So that's where this contract is. The majority of it is drivers. The other is the uniforms and the fuel cost.
I think I ought to keep my thoughts to myself on that. You know, sounds like we're good enough to drive the bus, but we're not good enough to get in on the contract. That's what that sounds like to me.
Well, Commissioner,
and I'm certainly not going to support that.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, we have to base it on the availability of the subcontracting opportunities under the contract. So when you look at the contract, it is to provide the service. The majority of the service is the drivers. It's either driving, the fuel for it, or the uniforms. That's it. That's all this contract provides.
It sounds like a bad contract to me. Availability of subcontractors there, so there are no minority or female prime contractors that
So-
could be part of this?
There were
Don't
contracts.
we have a 30% encouragement rate? Shouldn't there be 30% minority participation in this, in
we
all
don't.
contracts?
We do not have a goal-based program. So it is not a mandatory goal-based program.
Don't we encourage?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay.
And so we did bid this out twice. Both times, we only received one bid, and that was with Transdev. So we've tried to make the contract appropriate, but they have to provide the 54 buses. There's a lot to this contract that makes it a little unique.
Did you say you only received one bid?
One bid, and we bidded it out twice. In the
not
future,
nice.
what we have been told has been that the cost to do the buses or to lease the buses is very cost prohibitive. The county requires that the vendor provide the 54 buses. So that's a cost prohibitive thing for a lot of companies to take on.
What, if any, discussions have we had with MARTA? I know they have 3 prime contractors and they have a disability service. Have we talked or thought about partnering with them?
I'll defer to Dr. Rochelle on that.
So we do work with MARTA on the disability side of the house for transportation. There is a cost for that to the consumer, and the feedback that we've gotten from constituents at $4 a ride or more for the MARTA service, that it was cost prohibitive for many of the consumers. So that is as far as that conversation has gone, Commissioner Arrington.
That's a good point, Commissioner.
Well, Transdev is one of the MARTA providers. MARTA's already paying them a higher revenue rate than that, higher average hourly rate than that. So we might need to have some additional conversations with MARTA and their vendors that they already have under contract.
Okay.
Right?
Great point.
They're already providing services for disability. And so we might be able to look at that. Certainly for me, I want to see minority participation. If y'all want my vote, I need to see 30% disadvantaged business participation. And so if they don't have that, then I'm not voting for it. That's just me. Now, I had one more item, but I can't think of it now, so I'll
We'll
yield
come
my
back to
time
it.
and come back.
Okay.
If I can think of it.
All right, Commissioner Hall?
I'm a little confused as well because I was told that there was a minority business that bid on this, that was a transportation business, so I'm a little shocked to hear you say that there was only one. And Mr. Chair and I just had a little conversation. He too thought the same thing. So I'm confused. And I agree with Commissioner Arrington that we do need more minority participation. This is huge. You're right. Now, but I do want to go back to the Uber and Lyft conversation about wheelchair accessibility, because I read the Uber contract, I read the policies and everything, and they have a policy not only for those with disabilities, but they have a policy called Service Animal and Assisted Device Policy. And so there are specific drivers who are there to provide service to those who use wheelchairs, walkers, crutches, canes, and treat them the same as anyone that would have some luggage. And they cannot deny service to anyone that has a service animal as well. So, so are we keeping track of that service? Because it sounds like from the conversation that there is no tracking of that, and whether or not we are providing those services to the seniors who have some sort of disability or using some sort of assistive device or service animal.
So we do keep track of, we have a record here, this 4,289 seniors that have registered. We do keep track of the types of trip. If the senior does need a little extra assistance, that is a part of the conversation with the dispatch team that is at Common Courtesy. Overall, however, when we look at adult day health, which many of those seniors are more frail, and some of the seniors that are going to community trips and medical appointments, those seniors primarily use TransDev. We do not prohibit them from using Uber, Lyft, but as a whole, they primarily prefer the TransDev mode.
Okay, so it's their decision to use TransDev. It's not that Uber and Lyft doesn't provide the service.
That is correct.
Because if they were not, then that would go against their policy, because it clearly states in the policy that they provide those services, and they specifically talk to their drivers and ensure that their drivers understand how to provide that supportive type of ride. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Oh, and I'm sorry, let me see. I had a senior text and say that we need to understand are these rides safe? Because apparently there was a senior who was injured on a ride. No one took a report or anything, and they didn't handle it correctly on a regular TransDev ride. So can you speak to that, you know, what the safety policy or protocols are?
Yes, ma'am, and we can get you more information about the incident that you've referenced. I'm not aware of that as I stand here today. But the difference on a Uber Lyft ride versus TransDev from a safety protocol is that there are monitors that are on the TransDev bus that provide extra assistance and oversight.
And this was on one of the buses. It wasn't on Uber or Lyft.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So the safety protocols on the TransDev bus, there are monitors on the bus that assist with onboarding and exiting the bus and just general oversight for the ride.
And the monitor is an individual person other than the rider.
Correct.
I mean, the driver, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll get this senior to speak with you before you leave.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ellis, I'm sorry. Commissioner Aaron, you finished?
I thought about my other thing, and Commissioner Ellis was gracious enough. My other issue is electric vehicles. Do we have any idea, like, you know, when they're going to be phasing these gas vehicles out? Are they phasing electric vehicles in? Because ideally, that gas cost it might be one price now, but we ought to be working on a plan to reduce it or eliminate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. We have not had a conversation with TransDev about the conversion to electric bus service, but we can follow up for you.
I mean, I assume they probably have some in their fleet now, you know, maybe not all, but they probably have some, but, and they ought to already have a plan for that.
We'll check it out, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just a few things, maybe to level set on this. This is a renewal, right?
Yes, sir.
This wasn't a resolicitation, so it's just a renewal of of this particular contract
Yes, it was
Okay.
resolicited, and the board approved the contract in June,
in June.
and
right,
now it's up for renewal.
for renewal. All right, so that's, I think, an important distinction on that. Second, I guess, it's easy to sort of look at the cost sort of in a vacuum and sort of arrive at certain, ideas and thoughts. But just if maybe a few sort of counterpoints for us to think about, right? Here you're transporting some of our most vulnerable citizens, right? And I know this is sort of framed in the context of seniors, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're also transporting a number of folks with developmental disabilities. A significant portion of these costs are going to be defrayed from grants, right? I believe in the last time we talked, of the 6.4, I think there's about 4.6 million or so of this component is grant funded, roughly. Does that sound about right?
There is a component that is grant funded, and we can,
You looked at the components, it looks like 4.6 of the 6.4 is grant.
4.6 is the general fund.
That's the general fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other component is, so that's it. So a little bit, we do get some grant fund portion of this. But in terms of just sort of cost, and I guess sort of this is where it becomes tricky, right? I think, if you look at sort of stats about what the average cost to own a vehicle in the United States is about $10,700 a year, something like that, right? Obviously, these folks that are using this service don't have the ability to drive. Transit providers, which are providing sort of transit service to the general public, and we have an example of our own transit system, which we participate in as a signatory on the contract, operated a streetcar. I think they cost about $6 million a year, and the average ridership's about 500. So, and that's a fixed route. There's not a bunch of fixed routes, and so this is a complicated form of transit, right? Probably some of the most complicated. Transit systems don't like to do transit for folks with disabilities. That's why they try to subcontract it and that sort of stuff. And that's why they're oftentimes some of the most difficult people to deal with. If you've had relatives that need transport for, medical appointments and that sort of stuff, you find that private providers for, sort of non-ambulatory, stuff, they're costly, right? These are probably 60, 75, probably $100 a trip or more in the metro area. So this is a very valuable service, and then, but it's a smaller number of folks, right? But it's critical to the people that do use it. I'm concerned about sort of the cost trend, and we go through this discussion about every 2 or 3 years in terms of ups and downs in cost trends. We did stymie the growth in costs. Some of this was sort of maybe got masked a little bit with COVID, certainly, with utilization, but the Uber Lyft program definitely sort of curtailed sort of the significant growth in costs that we were seeing if you go back to probably 16, 17, sort of time frame, right? We launched the Uber Lyft in, was it 17?
In 17.
17.
It was a pilot. And then
Pilot in 17, and then, kind of where we're at now on it. The other thing that, I'm interested in this, and particularly on the traditional bus piece, and you noted the number of riders that we have right now. And obviously, I think within this, there's the opportunity for us to grow ridership and sort of contain this within this cost footprint at the same time, correct?
Yes, we can contain the cost if we reduce the number of routes, because the bus can support anywhere from 7 to 30 riders at a time. We have not seen the need to implement a structure to put a wait list in place or to curb the service in that way. We could reduce the number of routes, perhaps.
Yeah, and let me rephrase my question. In terms of the number of people that are participating, how much correlation is there between the number of folks that are participating versus the number of folks that we have utilizing our senior centers and our DD centers on a daily basis. Is that a fairly strong correlation or loose?
It is. It's a very strong correlation because with the inception of the senior center program model, transportation was offered.
Right.
And so there has never been a time in the history of the county providing the service have we only relied on individual transportation for participation in the programs.
Do you have a rough idea in terms of where we're at in terms of participation levels at our centers today versus 2019? I mean, are we at 80%, 60%, 70%?
I would say for Adult Day, for example, it's nearly 100%.
For Adult Day?
For
which
Adult Days.
You understand that piece
Same
of
for
it.
IDD.
Right.
For multi-purpose, it's probably 40-60. 40% of the participants are riding the bus, 60% are driving.
No, that's not my question. In terms of at a center today, right, in terms of the number of people who are showing up, participating in activities, doing stuff there, regardless of how they got there.
Yes.
Today versus 2019, are we at, of 2019 levels, are we at 80%, 70%?
Yes, we have seen a steady increase in participation in multi-purpose for a variety of reasons, yes.
So do you have an idea what that percentage would be?
If I had to take an educated guess, I would say we have seen an increase of at least 20% per year.
Decrease?
Increase.
Increase in what?
Increase in the participation every year, 20% more increase.
Okay, maybe you and I aren't on the same wavelength.
No, we're not.
All right, so take any multi-purpose center today.
Yes.
All right, let's just take whatever. Let's take the Bowden Center.
Okay.
The number of people that are showing up and doing activities there in 2019 on an
Has
average
increased.
basis. Today it's up. It's
That's
not down.
correct.
So so the pandemic lull in terms of participation.
Yes.
That's gone.
Right.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to understand.
Yes.
Are we back at optimization of activity at our centers? Is it back to pre-pandemic
So
levels?
we just reinstituted full programming the summer of this year. So we have not had a full year of uninterrupted program participation since 2020. But we are seeing an increase from 2020 to now that we have reopened the facilities fully. Yes, we are continuing to see optimal participation over time from August of this year till now.
But there's based upon the ridership we're seeing right now with this, there are some opportunities to enhance ridership and enhance participation at our facilities at the same time.
Yes.
And that's something I think that needs to be sort of a point of focus, right? We're offering these services and we want to build some outreach to what is an aging population who many times do not understand what the services that are available in their area or the opportunity to get there because they don't think they have the ability to get there. Since we're going to invest in this, I would like us to also see us sort of talk about how we're going to invest in our outreach into the communities to get more participation within our centers as well, so that we can optimize this particular contract. So when we're coming back next year and having the conversation, this isn't a number about 900, it's a number that's, more like that, 1,400.
And thank you for that, Commissioner Ellis. What I can share with you, and we will distribute this to the entire board through memo, is that I have asked the department to create a marketing and outreach plan.
Great.
And so we can share that with you. It includes things like senior service open houses and a variety of other types of outreach components to increase participation in our programs and to improve our partnerships. So we will disseminate that plan to you and show you what some of the outcomes have been through this year.
All right, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, again, this is a very interesting conversation. And I do remember when we started talking about rideshare in 2017 or whenever it was, it wasn't easy to get this pilot program off the ground. because no one thought we needed to make any adjustments to the way we were doing business. So just for the record, I'm really pleased that we did go in that direction and that we have seen what it meant to the county, because we're obviously serving far more people for a lot less money than we were back in the day. So, and I want to go back to this per trip cost that was calculated. I mean, you can calculate all kind of things. 945 folks obviously are taking multiple trips, right? So it's not $750 per person. What's the average person's number of trips? Do you keep up with that data?
Yes, so it ranges from the constituent that rides to the center every day for Transdev, to a constituent that may have 4 trips a month because it's only 4 medical appointments. So
Yeah.
there's a range.
So, because, I mean, if you just did the 750 times 945, I mean, that's virtually nothing. So obviously, that's a different way to calculate it that might be useful as you go forward, you know, what really the costs are. But I just have to say that looking at this, it just seems to me that we should be making sure that everybody understands the Lyft option or the Uber option. As many folks as possible can transition and not eliminate this huge contract, but scale it back. I mean, it's not feasible to continue at this level based on the service that's provided and the number of people that are provided that service. So I'm just really, you know, as I, again, head out, you know, to greener pastures, just really, really hope that we continue to really make sure that the money that's going to this needed service serves the most people at the most economical way possible to the county, because this is just not sustainable in my opinion.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdu-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rochelle, is this the contract that when you bid out, it's hard to get actual companies to bid on because of the nature of it? It's transportation. We've seen transportation costs increase. Is this the contract that allows us, we're responsible for the fuel? Is this the correct contract?
Yes, ma'am. As Ms. Strong-Whitaker indicated, her team did put this contract out for consideration twice. And at both times, Ms. Strong-Whitaker, we only had the one.
Yes, I think some of the confusion is that we had multiple bidders on the bus and shuttle contract that the county had out at the same time. So we did have multiple contractors for that, but for this one, we only received one bidder both times we solicited for it.
That's very important, because in a day of increased costs when it comes to transportation, increased maintenance, there are a lot of factors that are not known by the public. I understand Vice Chair's concern. I really do. The problem that I have is we've got to understand that this is a different day and age post-COVID, and we're not completely out of COVID. And I think to what Commissioner Ellis said in marketing and doing a better, on that instance, we may need to put a little bit more emphasis. However, to rebid, and you said you rebid this twice?
Yes, Commissioner.
That speaks volumes. That means that nobody really wants to do that. And more importantly, they don't want to do it at the cost. That's cost prohibitive of their having the contract if they can't make some type of profit off of it. That should be considered when it comes to our seniors. I don't think there is a commissioner up here that doesn't want seniors to have transportation.
They just want it cost effective. But I think we need to be fair in letting the public know that we're providing the service, we're providing it for our seniors, and looks like the road is getting a little bumpy with transportation, with cost of maintenance, with the area of how do any company continue to stay in the black when they're trying to offer services. I don't think it's fair for us to give the impression that someone is charging us too much when that's a particular area of challenge across the board. What I would like to know from you is, if this contract does not pass today, what would happen?
We would need to provide notice to seniors and the developmental disability families that we would need to discontinue transportation on TransDev.
And that would take effect when?
This contract expires December 31st. So we would have to put a notification plan in place starting January 1.
So I think it would be disingenuous of this board not to approve this. I mean, that's my opinion, and you know what people say about opinions, but if we can approve other renewals, if we can do what we do in other cases, does this maybe need a little fine tuning, a better marketing? But I know for a fact, since we approved this, back in June?
June 15th.
I've been looking into it, trying to educate myself on it so I can make an educated decision, and it looks as though nobody else wants to do this. That's the reality. I mean, maybe I can say that and not get in trouble, and then I may get in trouble anyway, it doesn't matter. But if we've got companies out here that are shying away from this contract, it is because it's not advantageous for them. So I would suggest, and I hear you, Vice Chair, and I hear you, Chairman, I would suggest that we approve this contract and do whatever fine tuning that we need to do in-house. Because if one senior or one developmentally disabled individual suffers because of a decision we make today, I'm not going to be party to that. So I will ask my colleagues to please approve this. Please take into consideration that this is a challenge now when it comes to transportation costs, when it comes to transportation maintenance, when it comes to refueling costs, but we approved this back in June. So please pass it. Please do not allow any of our lesser of these to suffer because we want to make a decision based on a dollar amount that truly we don't have control over. When I think about my car, I think about my insurance, I think about tune-ups, I think about tires. They've quadrupled in the last 24 months. And so I would ask all of the commissioners, please pass this. Let's not allow any of our seniors or our developmentally disabled to suffer, because if one suffers, that's going to be on our back. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
I'm going to support this because I don't think that we really have enough time to effectively communicate that to our seniors. But I want to see minority or disadvantaged business participation. It's not good enough that they can hire us to drive the bus. That's insufficient. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Commissioner Arrington.
Me personally, I can't speak for the board. Me personally, I want to see a minimum of 30% disadvantaged business participation on this and all contracts. And I think that my recollection is that we passed a resolution encouraging that, and that I couldn't even understand how it comes to us without that. I don't care if it's one company bidding or not. We still need to tell them, hey, we expect you to have 30% disadvantaged business participation, one company or not. And you know, I know Ms. Strong Whitaker does a good job, but I don't know who this is advertised to. I don't know how it's advertised. I don't know how long it's advertised. How long was the advertisement out? How many people was it sent to? Right? Like, I don't know all those details. I trust her to do a good job in that respect. But, you know, before I can start talking about how many people responded, I would have to know all of the answers to those questions. But I do know that there are qualified disadvantaged businesses in Fulton County that can do more than just drive a bus and answer a phone, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I don't want to, you know, they might have 90% minorities working at the company, but if they don't have 30% at the top level, they still haven't met what we're looking for, at least what I'm looking for. So that's what I'm looking for. I need to see participation. And I frankly, I really want to make it, I really want to do a friendly amendment to make it contingent on that. But because we're only a week away, I don't, you know, I don't know if that could be done in a week's time or so between now and January 1st.
Commissioner,
But,
if I may, the total participation at this point is 9.70. And it probably would have been higher, but we took the fuel costs out of the contract. I will go back to TransDev and work on that. I also will provide you with all of the information regarding the time that the contract was out on the street. It was about 60 days. I will provide you with all of that information. One of the big barriers to this contract is that the contractor has to provide the 54 buses. If the county owned the 54 buses and they were managing it, I know we would have much greater participation. But this contract is they have to provide the 54 buses, and it includes them paying for the lease of those buses, the maintenance, everything is an all-in contract. So that has made it a huge barrier for a lot of companies to do that. And so that's a lot of the feedback that we received when we went back out to ask, why didn't you bid on this? Those are some of that's a lot of the feedback that we got back.
all right, well, like I say, I know MARTA has 3 contractors that provide it, and they have at least, and I don't know if those buses are theirs. Those are probably MARTA-owned buses. So, we may need to involve MARTA in this
Yes, sir.
conversation.
We will.
It may be a way for them to save some money and for us to save some money at the same time. They may already have routes. They may be running the same routes.
We will certainly follow up with MARTA and report back to the board.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Let's move on now. The motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote. This is the first of 3 renewals, 4 rather, because it'll be coming back next year.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk, let's go.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, continue.
Continuing on page 8, 22-0979, Public Works. Request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $871,732.29 to provide sanitary sewer easement maintenance in both North and South Fulton service areas.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0980, County Manager, presentation of Fulton County operational report.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, good afternoon, 2 minutes in. This is the, counting back since March of 2020, about the 50th report. And I just want to say to Commissioners Hausman and Morris, I'm thankful for being able to present this. I should have done a commemorative version of this for you, but of course we've shifted now to the operational report as opposed to COVID, but because of 12 subvariants now, the flu and RSV, and the cases on the rise, we will provide a high-level report on those, and the positives now are in the red zone, as well as cases being up over 100%, positivity rate at 11.2, up 100%, and hospitalizations at 170, up 85%. There are some renewed reasons for concern. Matt Kallmeyer will be able to answer your questions as we delve into that first section. In addition to those issues, the public health emergency declaration made by this board, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington, we are engaging E&Y on a limited planning effort over the next 5 to 7 weeks to flesh out all the options to address the healthcare gaps that result from the hospital closures. That will include expansion of access to current providers, communications to the public, and financial and operational alternatives for review. We will include more detail in our next report, and certainly we'll be working with you in the interim. Dr. Rochelle is leading this effort and can respond to any questions you may have today, but I'm pleased that we're moving out in this manner and bringing, I hope, a comprehensive view to this, as cities are somewhat, as you may read in the press, going in somewhat different directions everywhere from websites to new authorities. So I think having data-driven with financials and potential partners identified will serve us well, but more importantly, citizens well. Project Orca continues. You'll note that we have about 60,000 open cases. We've made great progress, but that has clearly slowed, with about 3,000 cases being resolved over the last 3 months. That run rate, obviously, of 1,000 a month and 60,000 open cases would not suffice to clear the backlog by 2024. Also, we are building a backlog from 2022. Alton will discuss that with you. I think the conversations with our justice partners at a steering committee level will have to focus on a gap closure plan as this becomes more and more acutely obvious. The ARPA financials are as well included. You'll note from last week that we did receive a $7.3 million reimbursement check from FEMA. That's outstanding news. We do have $16 million still left to receive, so maintenance of reserves is still prudent, and we're continuing to do that. We've also included a snapshot of all of our general fund financials and vacancies, and Sharon Whitmore, our CFO, will provide any details needed. As well, we've included the emergency purchase order report in this deck, as is our now going forward practice. Last, what we're going to do today is provide an overview of a very significant capital project. It's the creation of a 600,000 square foot operational center in South Fulton. It will house all of our election functions, staff, as well as BMD storage, logic and accuracy testing, audits, training, press briefings, et cetera, and really give us a one-stop shop for all of those functions, giving us, I think, a significant boost in terms of the ability to manage a very complicated undertaking. It'll also house our court records, evidence for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, Fulton County Police, capabilities of DREAM, as well as emergency management will be there. And as well, we are scoping out how to make this a center for government continuity of operations if, in fact, we had a either natural or man-made disaster in downtown Atlanta requiring closure of this facility. I did tour it last Friday. It's something really to see and on a first-hand basis, and we encourage all of you to take a look, and we'll be glad to schedule the tour. The date for elections to actually move in will be closer to March timeframe, so certainly when we do that, I think a press conference to commemorate that will be in order. While not included in this report, of course, we also have in the agenda the 2023 budget proposal. So we'll look for further discussion and guidance direction to make any changes necessary before you begin your consideration in January, and then hopefully approval, and Sharon and Akeem will be prepared to discuss that. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to hit this first section, and then we'll see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Chairman. We'll be brief, sir. We'll just go to slide 4, which is a great overall coverage slide. I'll ask Mr. Schuster to go ahead and run us through some points. Also on slide 5, which we're not going to transition there just yet, you'll see a little bit of flu. I can assure you that that is starting a lot earlier than it traditionally has done in our community. It is working its way through our team in emergency management, and it's something that we need to take note of. If you haven't had the opportunity to get your flu vaccine this season, please do so as soon as possible. With that being said, Mr. Schuster, please walk us through just the highlights on slide 4.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sound check, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Doug.
Okay, as County Manager discussed, there are now 12 subvariants within Georgia. We're being led now with the BQ surge of BQ1 and 1.1, and they account for over 70% of all new cases in Georgia. The winter COVID surge has begun in conjunction with extremely high flu and RSV cases, leading to extremely low bed availability, the lowest since the start of the pandemic. Our cases, percent positives, and hospitalizations have all increased significantly since the last BOC. And percent positives, which is an extremely important marker, is now what we consider in a dangerous red zone. Our mobile vaccination teams continue to work within the community, and we're averaging 150 vaccines per week for the last 6 weeks. Epi data shows that 87% of all COVID hospitalizations and deaths are now from the unvaccinated population. And the Board of Health continues to recommend boosters, and masking is encouraged when in enclosed spaces and around our most vulnerable population. And good news on the monkeypox front, mpox front, is only 28 cases since October 1st. And the U.S. average for the last 3 days has been 0 cases in the United States. Next slide. Real quickly on flu, as you can compare on the top side with flu in past seasons, this season is the red, which you see to the far left, which is a much earlier start, and it continues to persist, and it looks like it might be in another uptick. But as flu is strong out there, we are seeing the COVID rise. And just for some perspective on numbers, last week, 5,168 visits to the county hospitals for flu. And since in the last 7 weeks, 47,000 citizens have gone through our healthcare system. Next slide. Since the last Board of Commissioners meeting, COVID is up 104% for cases, which is pretty significant considering that the case, it really are only documented within the hospital where we're doing most of the PCR testing. A lot of the at-home cases don't get reported. So that's a very significant rise with limited availability there. And like I said, 11.2% in positivity. It means we have a very high consequence rate, and then 170, up 85% in the hospitals since the last BOC meeting. And then our deaths are we've been right around 1 death per day in Fulton County since June 1st. And that is persisting. And there's a lot of immunity out there that leads to that. But I just want to say one more time that the people that have severe consequences in the hospital and dying are an 87% from the unvaccinated population. Next slide. And these are the metrics that the CDC tracks. All 3 metrics on risk to the hospital community and cases are rising. Just be aware that this only tracks COVID's effect on hospitals. If we included other respiratory illnesses, this would be way into the high orange category. So as flu rages, we are now seeing that rise. And so there is some significant strain on the hospitals. Next slide.
Thank you, Doug. Just wanted to go ahead and finally wrap up with the fact that it is holiday season. We're going to be getting together with family and friends. If you have anyone that is vulnerable in your family, someone that has an illness that would put them at a higher risk, please take advantage of testing to ensure that you're safe prior to going in, also masking as well. We had our coordination meeting with the Board of Health yesterday for our joint response, and Dr. Paxson is going to be making it an initiative to ensure the amount of senior citizens actually increase that are taking advantage of the current bivalent booster. Those numbers are really, really low. So that'll be one of the big pushes that we work with them in January to go ahead and increase those numbers. Also, the Department of Public Health has released antigen test kits. We're going to receive some of those and work with the Board of Health to distribute it within our community. If you haven't seen it yet, the United States Postal Service has opened up again their ability for each household to be able to go ahead and get an antigen test kit. Please go to United States Postal Service's website. You can register for that. Also has a great link there. If you do have a test kit at home that you see that's maybe expired, don't throw it away. Take a look at that link. It actually has by manufacturer which ones are able to go ahead and extend that particular test kit at your house. Also, the last thing is just making sure PCR tests are available. South Fulton Annex, we have it at the Center for Rehabilitation over by the old AMC Hospital, as well as 4700, in Alpharetta. And we have 2 kiosk locations, one at our North Annex and then one at the Adamsville Regional Health Center that people can take advantage of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Hold on one second. Vice Chair?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Just a quick question about the emergency declaration status. I've heard news reports that on the federal level, they're talking about suspending that designation. What does that mean for everything we're doing here?
When it comes to the FEMA one that we have doing our efforts on thus far, that actually expires on 12/31 of this year. So that was a 90% reimbursement rate, 10% still fell within the county for that process. That is not going to be extended at this particular point in time. There's a different declaration through Health and Human Services that actually is looking to be sunset sometime in the beginning, first quarter of next year. I'm not sure the exact date with that. That will impact Medicaid and people that have been taking advantage of Medicaid benefits through that program as well. Dr. Rochelle may be able to go ahead and offer a little bit more of insight with that, but that is another thing that we're watching closely is the folks that will be losing benefits through Medicaid in the first quarter of next year.
Does the state still have a declaration of emergency for COVID?
Not that I'm aware of. They just enacted one for the winter weather that's coming this weekend, but
Right.
not that I'm aware of. I believe, let me correct myself, ma'am, I believe there is one, but it's more along the logistics line. So I have to double check that to make sure I can give you the most appropriate answer.
So our correlating state of emergency that we've been operating under, any comment on that?
Ours has been correlating with the FEMA one, ma'am. So
With
everything
FEMA.
we've been doing is be able to go ahead and showcase that we're still in that response mode to be able to be eligible for that 90% reimbursement, and that's what we have been working towards.
So that ends 12/31?
Yes, ma'am, regretfully that does.
Okay.
So any of our efforts from that point forward would have to switch to an ARPA allocation.
So go back to the regular procurement rules and all the things that we suspended for COVID needs?
I would have to defer to the county manager of how that would proceed, ma'am.
I think let us evaluate that and come back, because I think the answer is probably yes, but I don't know all the details yet.
All right. And then I do have another health-related question. Is this the health section of the report?
I do my best. I'm not Dr. Paxton, but I can do my best.
Okay, so there have been some unfortunate news reports about our restaurant inspection program, and I know several of us have reached out. Can you give us an update on that, or can someone answer the status of what you found out and what's happening?
Mr. Manager, would you like for me to make a comment? I know you discussed it as well as Dr. Paxton.
Yes. So we had a call with the Board of Health yesterday, and I think she has responded to several questions that folks had on her staffing levels. If I remember the numbers right, there were, I think, 39 authorized staff, and she was at about 30 to 31. That did create a backlog of restaurants for review. I don't think it's years in the making, because I think she plans to present a plan for catch-up in fairly short order. And in some of the ones that were mentioned, they're doubling down on those immediately. I think the thing that perhaps caught us off guard was there wasn't a great deal of discussion or good visibility into this. Perhaps we could have been more helpful. But nonetheless, going forward, what we asked yesterday is that in each quarter's Board of Health report, that we now include environmental health and restaurant inspections in that. The last piece was, one question that was received, was there more technology that could be embedded in the mobile health or in the environmental health job where they're not going back to the office to fill out reports and like. And one of the first writing exercises that I went on as county manager was with one of them. And from that, the board did invest in laptops and other mobile capabilities. So they truly do not have to go back to the office. They're completing their reports generally, while mobile, both their expense reports and their restaurant reports. So I think it's more a function of just numbers of people against number of restaurants to be evaluated. But even as she discussed at an optimal level, the number of staff that we have today, if they were operating at the optimum, could cover the number of inspections required of twice a year. So again, I think this is not as far behind as it otherwise could be, or maybe is perceived to be, and she'll present a catch-up plan and then going forward have that included in each quarterly's presentation to this board.
Thank you for that. So when I reached out to you, you were unaware of the problem. What was the response to the lack of communication with this being an issue? Because, I mean, if you recall, it took us a long time to make the move to join the state system, right? And I recall vividly the conversations that nothing was going to change. Service levels were going to be just what they were, that we were doing. And in fact, it was going to get better. So communication is very important, obviously, because I know I was blindsided by the news story. I think others were as well. So what about the communication piece?
Well, I think she believes certainly that she communicated through our general key performance indicator process that there were staffing issues. What I don't think either I heard or was communicated was how much or the quantitative value of what impact that represented. Right. So I think I'll take some of the blame for that as well in tightening up our KPI process, because we should have ample ability to hear from them. On the other hand, I would say if I were running it, I probably would put my hand up and say, hey, we've got an issue here that's bubbling. I don't know that the news report, and in fact, I would say it more emphatically, I think the news report perhaps overstates what the problem is.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, it's an important area of health that is something that all the news media focuses on, as you know. So it's very, very much in the forefront of what folks expect us to do. So I just think it's important that we address whatever issue head on and make sure that it's corrected.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know y'all will do that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, really my comment was following up on what Vice Chair Hausman said. So we will have this in the report going forward, so we can monitor it and look at it.
Yes, sir.
And you know, I think along those lines too. I know this issue is what we just covered was important, but we didn't get much further past sort of the traditional sort of COVID data that we've been reporting. Not to diminish the importance of sort of the flu and the COVID-related data, but in particular, and this is always sort of our. It's always sort of a constant struggle with sort of, the functional areas of government that don't directly report to our manager, whether it's, health, judicial, Board of Elections, or assessors. We've had some ups and downs with that. We've gotten tremendously better about sort of tightness of that, sharing information, collaboration with the teams. So I don't, hopefully this is just sort of one of those things that happen that doesn't repeat itself. But, I think this operational report is a great opportunity for us to be able to have some dialogue on these things and have some visibility into, some sort of key metric information. And this is particularly important. So if there are other areas that get surfaced in terms of you're having that conversation, they go beyond this that we should be sort of tracking and have some visibility into, I think it's important to have that. So, I'm glad we'll see that and sort of see what the progress we're making is on it. And hopefully, and it's an issue that's sort of, rectified in short order. So, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Continue, Mr. Manager.
Yes, we'll ask Alton Adams to overview the ORCA report, if the clerk will go to that.
Great. Thank you, County Manager. Chairman Pitts, Vice Chairman Hausman, Commissioners. I am going to take you through an update. I'll touch on some highlights and happy to take questions as we go through it or at the end of the session. Next page, please. As you can see from this slide, we started or officially kicked off Project ORCA 1 year and 2 weeks ago. Since that time, we've disposed of 87,500 cases, with the remaining 61,691 pending and remaining to be disposed of. The next slide talks to the starting point in December of 2021 and the last 3 months in terms of the cases. As the county manager pointed out, the pace has slowed fairly significantly since the summer. Not unexpected, however. First of all, the forecast itself was a straight line. We didn't build a model. We didn't take into account any seasonality or other things that typically impact the flow of cases. That having been said, it is clear to his point that we cannot continue at this pace, and we need to make some changes or to focus on some things. I would expect that as we open up the system, i.e. we didn't start selecting juries in the courtrooms until October 31st, I would expect that that's going to continue to accelerate the pace. However, that's offset a bit because the mix of our cases, civil versus criminal, has changed, and we knew that as we in fact started moving into the criminal area and particularly migrated from the prosecution to the actual court system, we were in fact going to see a bit of a slowdown. The next page talks specifically to the progress or performance over the last month and project to date. A couple of things I would point out here. The November performance is off pace a bit, mostly concerned, however, about two areas, the Solicitor General and Magistrate Court. There are probably a number of different reasons for that. Certainly in the case of Magistrate, one of the challenges we have there is staffing. They continue to operate about 50% of the staff that had been allocated as part of Project Orca. I think some of that has to do with attracting and retaining the folks, but that clearly is impacting the throughput and something that obviously we continue to focus on. In the case of the solicitor, it may be a function of the mix of cases that they are focused on, but those are the two areas that you would look at and say, not quite sure why they're slowing down at the pace that they are. That having been said, we continue to be 17,000 cases to the good. That cushion is eroding a bit, but we continue to be a bit ahead of the pace that we had anticipated here again from a straight line perspective when this model or this forecast was first developed a year ago. Page 14 talks to the disposed cases by judge. I think the point that I would make here is that half of our judges that you would expect are above the average. We have a couple of judges that kind of have a bigger impact than others, and there are a number of reasons for that, in part because Judge Eaton, in particular, inherited cases from the previous judge. And so I would say overall, I think we are making good progress, but clearly we have some outliers that impact the overall number in terms of disposed cases. The next slide, similar to Superior Court, State Court disposed cases is somewhat the same in terms of the number of cases disposed being in part impacted by a number of things, including what was inherited, but we do have a bit of a big gap between our judges who have disposed of cases at a very high rate versus others. Here again, something that we track. I'm not sure there's any action, so to speak, but this does give you a sense of the variance between the various judges in the system. The next page talks to our hiring progress. A couple of things I would point out here. The public defender has really made great progress in terms of hiring. That's really important because the public defender, as you know, is part of the ability to move these cases through the system. The DA continues to have a high number or high percentage of their hires already on board, as does the solicitor. As we have seen in the past, we have concerns, challenges when it comes to the sheriff and the marshal, and that has to do, and that's really a microcosm of the overall situation that you have with deputies and officers in the system. So I guess the big takeaway here is good progress with the public defender, good progress with the prosecutors. That's a big part of being able to move the cases through the system as quickly as we would like. One of the questions that we've been asked, if we can go to the next page, page 17, please. One of the questions that's come up, and I think in particular Commissioner Ellis asked that we take a look at this, is are we in fact building a backlog in the system for post-Orca cases? And to Tim? Thank you. And the question is, yes, but not unexpected. And the reason for that is a couple of things. One, as I mentioned, we did not resume the full jury selection in the courtrooms until October. So as a result, we really weren't moving at the pace that you would have expected, or that we would target for the bulk of 2022. And the second thing is, when you talk about, are we building a backlog, there are multiple definitions. We do know that the length of cases vary in terms of when they're resolved. However, what we did do for purpose of our analysis is go back to pre-COVID and use that as our starting point or our benchmark. And while you might say, well, geez, we might have been building a backlog even in 2019, what we did want to do is at least compare 2019 pre-COVID to where we are today. And so if you take, for example, Superior Court civil cases, in 2019, we initiated 6,241 of those, and we were able to dispose, 56% of those cases were disposed in 2019. So at a rate of 56%. And as you would imagine, some of those cases would have come in at the end of 2019 and would have carried over into 2020. But in terms of the cases that came in, and then once they're disposed of, 56% of those were disposed of within that year. If you compare that to 2022, 6,209 cases were initiated, and 3,118 were in fact disposed of for 50%. So slightly off the pace, but not really as bad not a big issue. On the other hand, if you look at our criminal cases, here again for Superior Court, 11,000 of those initiated in 2019. Of those, approximately 50% were disposed of in 2019. If you look at where we are today in 2020, only 25% of the cases that were initiated in 2022 were in fact disposed of in 2022. So we are 50% off the pace of where we were in 2019, and therefore, we've got some ground to make up if we in fact are going to get back to the point where we are in fact not quote-unquote building a backlog, or certainly not building it at a pace that exceeds where we were pre-COVID. Let me stop there, because I know I've covered a lot and threw a lot of numbers out to make sure see if there are any questions before I proceed.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
You want comments now, or you want me to finish up? I mean, I got specific remarks on this stuff, but
well, let me take. I didn't know if there was
too.
anything on those two that I covered, but if I can, I'll take. If you want me to, I'll go through this particular slide, and then I can take questions on the whole thing.
Yeah,
if
I'll
that's
do
okay.
that.
Okay. So if you kind of take a look at the last column, what we try to do is point out where there are significant concerns, significant decline off the pace of 2019, where we seem to be doing okay, and where we're actually either ahead of the pace or right on where we were pre-COVID. The areas of biggest concern, here again, not unexpected, criminal cases in Superior Court, the DA in terms of the pace of the cases being disposed of, criminal cases here again in state court, and then with the solicitor that we've talked about briefly as it pertains to ORCA, but similar in terms of being off the pace a bit. If you look at 2019, 91% of the cases that were initiated by the solicitor in 2019 were disposed of in 2019. Right now, we're tracking about 57%. And so here again, there are a number of reasons why you would expect this to happen, and there are a number of things that I think are going to improve this. But if you said, hey, are we building a backlog that was higher that is higher than the pace we were pre-COVID, the answer for the most part would be yes. Now, Dick said, well, hey, what's the actual number translate into? So if we were tracking at the same pace as 2019, we would actually be 16,000 cases better than we are today. And so that's the magnitude of the gap between where we are today and the pace that we were tracking in 2019. The next question, one that Dick typically asks, is, so what are we going to do about it? Right? What can we do about it? And I took the opportunity to go back to a presentation that we made to the Board of Commissioners in November of 2019. We had met with a number of the justice partners, And we basically looked at, say that there's no new ideas, right? We went back and looked at some presentations and analysis that had started with a Barry Mahoney study, yes, that Barry Mahoney, in 1999, a Blue Ribbon study in 2006, and an Accenture JRI study in 2017. They, for the most part, made a series of recommendations, all very similar. They recommended a unified court with a chief judge with executive authority. They recommended case processing standards. They recommended separating civil and criminal divisions. They recommended consolidation of key administrative functions in the justice system. And they recommended expanded diversion. So if you want to talk about how we make a difference, those are some of the things that basically have surfaced for the last 20 years whenever we ask, well, how do we improve the system? Some of those we have made progress on. We have increased diversion. We have made some progress in the key administrative functions. But when it comes to some of the core things, those still, quite frankly, for a number of reasons, are areas that we have not been able to make substantial progress on. The next slide talks to the jail population. As you can see, we're off a bit from the peak of September of this year, where we exceeded 3,500 individuals. Probably a couple of reasons for that. One is that we are, in fact, seeing an acceleration in the pace of jury trials, which will help. That, however, is going to be offset a bit by the increase in crime, which is fairly well documented, and we continue to see arrests that are, in fact, having an impact on the jail population. But overall, over the last couple of months, we've seen a bit of a decline in terms of the overall number in the jail. Page 19 talks to the number. Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, before you leave this page, I still need an answer as to how many people in the Alpharetta jail.
I will let the sheriff talk to that because I'm not aware of the number. So he's here, so he can answer that question when he's up, I guess. Or
It's not reflected on this.
That is correct. I don't have a number in terms of the actual number of people in the Alpharetta jail at this point in time. The detainees by judges is shown on the next page. Here again, just to give you a sense of how that's spread out. Obviously, that's going to vary by the type of cases and so on across the judges, but this does give you a sense of order of magnitude across the system. And in closing, kind of the formal presentation, we continue to see, obviously, increase in violent crime impacting the jail population, impacting the types of cases that we have. And the more violent the charges, the more complex the cases, and as a result, the longer it takes to resolve. We have talked, and you're going to hear from the sheriff in more detail about the recruitment challenges for sworn officers. And while we haven't seen a big, well, you've heard about the uptick in COVID, but we also need to be concerned about anything that could be spread across the population, including the flu and other things. So I'm stopped there and happy to take any questions.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
All right, I guess working backwards, just to, so on the going forward, it looks like on the jail population report also don't have sort of information about ACDC, but we'll start having that in the future reports. If you can, just maybe put numbers on, kind of each facility so we can kind of see it. Obviously, the, encouraging sign a little bit is that the number went tick down slightly, right, in terms of, we're not at a peak at our main jail. So going forward, we'll see that, with all of these, and we'll also add, in terms of this chart on 18, we'll see ACDC on here. It won't just say out of county. Out of county will just mean the Cobb agreement or something else.
We can break out Cobb and ACDC.
Yeah, I think it'd be useful to kind of see what we're seeing in terms of utilization on those. So right now, I think going into next year, we've got, a $28 million number on inmate outsourcing. So not insignificant and something that we should sort of track and sort of have there before us. Which will also sort of reflect sort of our true cost of, kind of jail operations, which that $28 million is not in the sheriff's budget either. I guess I'd sort of go back and I appreciate sort of the summary of what do we do about it kind of thing in those remarks. obviously, the page 17 highlights that we are building a backlog, and we're building it in the criminal space, which we all know has taken us the most time to kind of plow through as it is. I think certainly there's probably been a lot of good things that's been done on the, with our justice partners. I guess the part about 17 that, just did surprise me the most relative to the criminal activity is it looks like the number of cases initiated, intuitively I thought it would have been up versus 2019, but it's actually significantly down.
You mean in terms of the total initiated?
In the criminal category. To your point, maybe some things like diversion, some other stuff, it is actually working on a numerical standpoint. I'm looking at like the criminal initiated cases in Superior Court of 11,000 versus 5,700.
Yeah, and some of that might be the ones that made it to the system. Part of that, when we talk about what's in Superior Court, a number of those
or with the DA
would be the DA. That's correct. They haven't been
right,
indicted
but
yet.
Even that's if I put those two together, it's whatever the
It's still down.
17,000 versus 22,000 and change or so. And even the same thing with if I want to sort of pair and I know they're not a direct correlation, state court and a solicitor. The numbers are down.
We'll take a look at that, Commissioner,
Okay.
and I'll see if I can get an answer.
See if that's
to
a
why
real,
down.
is that a real thing or just is there some sort of false positive there or something like that? But I think we've got good dashboards, right? The better dashboards than we've had, in decades, right? To be able to kind of look at how the courts are functioning. You brought up some things that, have been, best practices recommended, but some of those things are outside of the control of what we can do anything about, right? Ultimately, those are some of those things are going to have to be this board here. We can't mandate them and all that sort of stuff is what I mean by that. So, I think maybe as we continue to move through this, maybe something to consider, on some sort of periodic basis, having, whether it's the chief judge or some others come down and, sort of talk with us about what they see going on and how pleased they are with the progress and what they're doing, and just hear from them, not just you. Right. So I think that's something for us sort of worth talking about, kind of how we want to bring those other stakeholders here to sort of talk to us about, what's going on. And, the viability of some of the types of best practices that you might suggest that, are going to require, shall we say, turf to be seeded, right? And, collaboration, which oftentimes is not necessarily the easiest thing. And I don't mean that, in a critical way, but it's just a practical thing, right? When you've got a historical structure, it's hard to break down, and sometimes there are very legitimate reasons for those structures to exist. But you can't just sort of sit there and just sort of espouse these might be some best practice for us to consider and not evaluate them and close them out and see if they're viable or we want to entertain them, or there's no way, no how, and so we should stop talking about it, right? That's just my observation and comments on, 17 is concerning. This is because I had asked for this, and I was concerned we were sort of sensing that we were going to have we were having another backlog building, and we are. The other thing, this somewhat will tie in probably more to some remarks around some of the civil stuff, but on the hiring progress and fungibility of funds, right? This is also, kind of some of my remarks here. On the hiring progress, when you look at some of the lower levels of progress with some areas, right? And a blend of what's ORCA-driven, what's not ORCA-driven, that sort of stuff. If we've got some sort of, basically essentially earmarked over the next 3 years funding, be it ORCA for all of these areas, and we're not hiring at the ORCA levels for, certain places, do we somehow need to reposition and utilize those funds to address this macro set of issues that we're dealing with? And I think we need to sort of continue that conversation in the context of the budget. And I know we've got later on a discussion related to, I don't know, some on there about the magistrate court, which may be a whole different issue that's intended to be discussed. But one delayed effect of COVID, which is going to play out within, I think within the court system, is evictions, right? I mean, you sort of amass maybe what the historical level of evictions were because of the amount of emergency relief that was being brought into the system. But that's probably going to grow, or it will grow, and get back to whatever historical numbers were as this emergency relief, goes away. So in order to maybe deal with that oncoming, backlog, should we relook at that component of ORCA and have more of a fine-tuned plan around addressing that piece, which we think is going to emerge? So I just call that out. And as I look at this, probably believe that a couple of the areas that are, going to be drivers around that are a couple of the areas that have maybe had a little bit less hiring success, that being, the marshal and the magistrate court. So just something as we kind of continue sort of budgetary discussions and other things that I wanted to sort of raise and keep an eye on.
Okay, if I can, couple of comments. Your point about the recommendations is I think, right on point. The one that I think we have the ability to influence, and I think could have a very significant impact, it's been proven, is case processing standards. That's one that if you look at the difference between a courtroom that has those and embrace, in fact, even if you look at our system, court processing standards were part of family court for some time, and they have performed better than average, whereas the other court systems have not, in part because there hasn't been a full embracing and implementation, deployment of case processing standards in the way that, quite frankly, it should. So that's one where it doesn't require any legislative action, doesn't require any major changes other than some courts adopting what some of the other courts are already doing. And that's perhaps one that we could focus on. Your second point about hiring, I think, is a good one. We have, in fact, however, rebudgeted. We've taken into account these lags in terms of where we wanted to be and used that to actually fund the extension of these positions through September of 2024. So it was taken into account. We've already kind of, in a sense, swept some of these and accounted for that in the budget. We need to continue to do that, but we did anticipate that that's something that we should take advantage of as we extended the funding for these positions, for 80% of these positions, into September of 2024. And to your point about the evictions, I do think it's worth having a look at everything that's impacting those. I mean, some of those might have to do with the court system. Some of those might have to do with the marshal. Even though the marshal hasn't sent out a request to us asking for resources, some of that may, in fact, may have to do with things that are beyond the scope of what we do here. But I do think it's worth looking at at it in totality and then stepping back and saying what makes sense in terms of investing, whether it be in magistrate resources or other resources.
Yeah. Quick question for you on the case standard stuff. Do we have metrics on that right now? I mean, we may not be employing them, but do we have, we can say, okay, these are what the standards are, generally accepted, for different levels of cases, and here's where we stack up right now?
It's been a couple of years since we did that analysis. The last time we looked at it, for example, when we looked at the state, the state standards, the goal, if I remember correctly, is that for 98% of your felony cases should be disposed of within 365 days. We were tracking at 70%. We were probably tracking at a similar success rate in terms of civil cases. The only court system was actually exceeding the target was family court, and that's because some time ago. So there are metrics. We'd have to go take a look and perhaps look in detail at the difference between the court, where we do use court, where we do use the case processing and where we don't. We haven't done that yet. But in terms of the evidence about case processing and its ability to impact throughput, that information is pretty readily available.
Okay, maybe I wouldn't mind talking with you about that in terms of just, regardless of what the court is doing, just sort of maybe we just had some sort of general dashboard, which we looked at, and, as the courts choose to do anything about that, at least we've got something in front of us that says, you know, here's how we generally are stacking out. Okay.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, it's 12:49. Commissioner Arrington.
Oh, okay, thank you. We can go back one page on that slide. I'm a little confused by those numbers. One more page with the district attorney numbers and the case numbers. Maybe it was 17. Yeah, 17. I'm trying to understand how the district attorney can have 11,000 cases, but the Superior Court can only have 5,700. The district attorney initiates her cases in the Superior Court. So how can those numbers be different? And how can there be such a wide variance of almost 5,000 cases?
I think
something's not right.
And I'll go take a look at that, Commissioner. I think part of the difference would be the cases that are computed for Superior Court are cases that have already been indicted and then moved, that have been assigned to a judge. And then cases that have not been indicted or passed on to a judge would still remain in the DA. But I will go back and take a look at that. But that's the primary distinction between the two.
Yeah, because then either that means that if the DA has 11,000 cases and only half of those go through Superior Court, that means it's going to be another half in the line for 2023.
Well, remember, we have, even just in our jail, we have more than 1,200 individuals who have yet to be indicted. And so, and then obviously there are a number of people who are out on bail who may be awaiting. So let me go back and take a look, but I think that's the biggest distinction. I need to go back and just make sure that I answer your questions. But that's the biggest distinction, is that they haven't been necessarily charged or indicted and moved into either state court or in this case, in Superior Court.
And I think the important thing for the public to note is the asterisk that you have there. Jury selection and jury trials didn't start until October 31st, 2022, right? And so that's huge.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Anything else, Mr. Adams?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. The financials are included. If anyone has any questions, we didn't intend to make a presentation, but if they do, we're prepared to answer those. Otherwise, we'll move to overview of the Operations Center in South Fulton.
Okay. Questions?
All right. Mr. Tim Diamond has been working on this project and done yeoman's work. Again, did a walkthrough this last Friday. It's very impressive. So Tim wants to give you a short overview of what this facility looks like, and then ultimately, of course, invite you there for your own tour.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Good to see you, commissioners. I'll give you just a brief update on the new central warehouse. Next slide. So this is a different variety of pictures of the warehouse. As you can see, the landscaping is in. Next slide. So just a reminder that we designed the warehouse to be transformational for our logistical paradigms, that we were consolidating 7 outdated facilities into a single new logistical operational center, creating efficiencies and effective service support, and looking to reduce the cost of our county operations. And then this is the list, as the manager indicated earlier, for the agencies at the central warehouse. We're consolidating all of elections, so they are almost about half of it. It will house EMA's emergency response supplies, clerk of the court records, the sheriff's office warehouse off of English Avenue, as well as evidence, Dreams warehouse off of Milton Avenue, the police department and the marshal's evidence, and then we have a community break room for approximately 600,000 square feet. Next slide. So what's going to be following is pictures of the progress. As you can see, the exterior has been completed. and is doing very well. And in the lower right-hand corner is the entrance to elections, which will have a public-facing entrance into it. Next slide, please. These are interior shots of the elections, which they're now finishing up and looking to dry out the floor to be able to lay the floor. So elections has gone very well. Next slide, please. More of the elections, just a variety of pictures, the mail room, the entrance area, the break room, and then the BRE conference room. Next slide, please. This is the elections warehouse. It's a sizable area, but it's well scaled to their needs, and the demising wall for where EMA begins. Next slide, please. Miscellaneous pictures of Dreams warehouse, ITs, EMA, as well as the framing that's going up. They have started phase 2. And the good news is we were just told the other day, it looks like they're going to be able to run a little ahead of schedule for phase 2. Next slide, please. Just some more interior shots for different areas, clerk of the court, the sheriff, and the IT. Next slide, please. So this is the anticipated construction milestones based upon the delivery of the materials, obviously in today's marketplace, but they've commenced phase 2 as of the end of November. They will complete the base building shell by the end of this month. We anticipate at the end of January, the elections phase will be substantially complete, and we're looking to have a certificate of occupancy for the elections as of the end of January. Furniture will be installed in mid-February, and we're anticipating operations for elections by March 29th. And then right now, the anticipated schedule for phase 2, which is everybody else other than election, is June 5th with a June 8th certificate of occupancy. Next slide. So I'll take any questions that you all might have.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
Just a quick one, Mr. Diamond. Tell us and the public the extent to which departments have their own secure entrances and the overall security, especially with respect to the elections.
Sure. Elections has a secured entrance that the public will enter into and then be guided over to the areas to observe ballot counting and the like. There is a camera system in there inside of elections that will monitor it. Each of the doors in the different areas for all the agencies are access control. So everybody has a secured entrance, and they will be monitored by our security systems and security force 24/7 around the clock. And then I believe elections will also have security personnel inside of their suite.
And I think I recall from earlier discussions about this that there won't be a way into the elections area from inside the building.
That's correct. They are partitioned. There's a hard partition between the elections department and the rest of the warehouse. And each of the agencies is partitioned by a floor-to-ceiling wall. So it will be impossible for people to just jump around anywhere they want to.
Good. Thank you.
Which one is first? All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rockland.
Thank you, Chairman. Did I hear you say that you're ahead of schedule, or looks like
They've picked up phase 2, yes, ma'am. We're trying to understand what that means, but they've made very good progress in terms of building on phase 2.
Can I get you to share that with other agencies that seem to be behind schedule? I think that's the great thing, that you all are either on task or ahead. So I just wanted to openly commend you all for that. I think that's
It's a team effort.
I think that's a great thing, and I know in this day and age when costs and supplies and material play into it, I think that's a great feat to be ahead or either
on schedule. So I just wanted to openly commend you for that.
Well, thank you very much. It's a team effort.
All right, other questions or comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our report.
Okay, Commissioners, it's right at 1 o'clock now. I want to make a suggestion that we recess for lunch and executive session. And when we come back, the sheriff is here and the magistrate court and the Superior Court right, we're both here. We take those right after lunch. So we just readjust the agenda. All right, I entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session. We'll be discussing issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
All right, Sheriff, we should be back by 2:15, no later than 2:30 to take you first, and then magistrate, and probably around 3. Thank you.
And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Recording stopped.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, where are you?
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. Is there a motion to approve the request for authorization for the county manager to negotiate and finalize an offer for the purchase of property as set forth in item number 5 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote. I record
vote
Commissioner
is open.
Vice Chair Houseman is voting yes. Next item. Madam Clerk.
No, she's got to do the vote.
Okay. That passes unanimously.
No further action items from executive session.
All right, before we recess for lunch in executive session, you agreed to amend the agenda without objection. We hear from the sheriff. What's that sound, that item regarding the sheriff?
It's on page 14 under Justice and Safety, 22-0999, discussion, fiscal year 2023 budget.
Where is it? Good afternoon, Sheriff. Come on up.
Good afternoon. How we doing? Just hang on. Okay. Outstanding. Thank you all, first of all. If I may, I got it back on. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. If I can start with a really public thank you to Commissioner Morris and Hausman. We have a couple things that will be delivered to you on behalf of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Not that piece. That piece is where we are now. For the rest of the commissioners, correct. And we have a couple of tokens of our appreciation for the partnerships, as I said earlier. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, and sometimes we agree to disagree. So to that end, I will tell you and go through this particular presentation, unlike the last one, minus the shanks and the dogs, et cetera. So. That said, there are a couple questions that I've heard throughout the morning that I want to make sure we address as well. First of all, we did move into ACDC this past Saturday. We didn't move 350 as the news reported. We moved 305 young ladies all day, if you will. Not a single complaint in terms of where we come from and where we are now. Ultimately, one of the things that we took into consideration, we worked with Madam DA and our Solicitor General at the behest of the mayor to analyze through their departments, analyze each young lady's file and circumstance. And to that end, there were right around 69 recommendations and 40 consent bonds. So we immediately were able to slash the number of individuals going over to ACDC in terms of our female population. To that end, we still have nearly 500 people sleeping on the floor at 901.
So just a minute, before you leave Union City, are all the females out of Union City now?
So that's a great catch. So yes, all the females as of Saturday are out of Union City.
And in ACDC?
They are in ACDC. Now, we have not turned the keys over, and one of the things that was brought to my attention, I believe was brought to your attention, Mr. Chairman, was the K-9 cellmate program. That is something that hopefully we can discuss at some point as we get ready to move forward because they lost their home, and they have to be out by the end of the year. Equally as important to me, and Mr. Davis and his team have done a great job, equally as important is as we plan for the future. I heard the conversation around not necessarily shuttering it, but winterizing the facility, et cetera. One, I think it is absolutely necessary. And two, I think we need to plan, much like Cobb County has done, they've devised and put portions of sales aside for mental health occupancy. So if there's an opportunity down the road for us to look at mental health, look at competency programs in conjunction with the state in and of itself has taken Cobb by the hand and said, we will sponsor 30 of those sales and 30 of those individuals that need competency restoration. So there may be an opportunity there from that perspective. All right, so any other questions about Union City from there? All right. No inmates. No inmates. No inmates at the Union City facility or the South Annex, better call, but certainly an opportunity to repurpose that for the betterment of our community as a whole. The Alpharetta Jail.
Just a minute, just before you, one more question on Union City. No inmates and no personnel.
No inmates, no personnel. However, we do a routine check, and we will continue to maintain it. So Mr. Davis and I are looking to, I don't want that to be shuttered to the point that it is useless.
But no personnel, meaning no deputies.
No deputies, no detention officers. We are all over at ACDC. Months ago, we started this plan to be able to, as we hire, be able to staff ACDC. And so we're doing that, and the results have been astounding. I will send each one of you, we're working on a video now, so we should have it shortly, either this afternoon or tomorrow, where you have groups and young ladies really talking about the differences, right? Being able to put somebody in a two-person cell as opposed to 6, 8, 10 women living in the same confined space. Being able to walk in, one of the things that was most exciting, walking in and young ladies saying, look, it's fresh air. I mean, it is, I hadn't smelled this kind of fresh air in months, in years, right? And so to that point, I mentioned earlier that we work with Madam DA and the Solicitor General's office, Mr. Gamage, in making sure that those individuals that had been there a year or longer, that needed some kind of assistance, right? Public Defender's Office, maybe, they weren't as aggressive as they could be, but giving people an opportunity to get a judicial release. And so hence, when that was approved, several, up to 40 ladies actually were able to get out. So Union City, we're good? Alpharetta. Right now at Alpharetta, we have 25 detainees. 24 of them belong to us being the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Now, so we've got nothing but positive feedback from the chiefs in that area, in as much as they are able to drop individuals off, we will process them in, and we have a transport mechanism where if you're there X amount of hours, you get transported down to 901. If not, you get processed and seen by the individual county's first appearance process there. Just hung up with the chief in, not Milton, Johns Creek. Johns Creek, they're loving it, right? There are a couple different northern cities, including Alpharetta, that have outstanding IGAs that are waiting to be officially accepted. So Milton has completed theirs, and Chief Mitchell is, again, excited about the usage of the facility, getting his team back out on the street. So the response has been positive. And, you know, to that extent, they wanted to, each one of the chiefs have wanted to compliment the chair and commissioners for making that a reality. Us being able to get police back on the street is one of the things that has been very helpful. So let me break that down for you. 24 of those individuals are Fulton County inmates. Those particular inmates we started a veterans unit. So if you're a veteran, you've been locked up, we got Veteran Affairs that can go up and have a conversation with you, mental health component to that, and so that's where they are as well as a few high-profile detainees that don't mix well between 901 and the Marietta Annex. All right? Any questions about Alpharetta? All right, hearing none. First of all, again, you know, people say, well, Sheriff, why are you here? All right? You'll see a memo in your packet that we just sent, and we certainly can get you this electronically as well. One of the things that you will find as I continue to walk this journey with each one of you all, one of the things you'll find in your package is a memo dated toward the mid of the year, where we told you what we needed as a sheriff's office to function. All right, so we've kind of summarized that in this upcoming memo. I won't go line by line, but I will tell you where you can find the information, what that looks like. So, number one, right, the budgetary restoration of the $5 million proposed reduction. So, our budget adjusted last year was $129 million. The proposal we got this year was $124 million, minus the $5 million, which I take to understand, and we've had numerous conversations with the county manager and the team, so I do want to thank them for making themselves available to have these conversations. That $5 million is based on the vacancies. The problem with that is that using the methodology that we've learned over the last 700-plus days, we take those those vacancies, we pay bonuses out of them. We take those vacancies and we unfund them accordingly to pay starting salaries higher than minimum. If you got a police officer that's leaving City of South Fulton, been patrolling for 5-10 years, you don't start them out at the bare bone minimum. And so those are the kinds of things we've been able to do with that. So you'll also see that we're asking that be refunded so that we have a place to start. Refunding of the unfunded positions, that is another ask that we discussed toward when we had the Academy Award winning piece with the dogs and the rest of the units here. The unfunding is where, again, we have created additional hierarchy and additional opportunities for people to join our team. We unfunded a lot of those positions in order to compete across the county, and so we're asking that be refunded. The compensation and salary adjustment, I'm at number 3. We discussed, as we moved through our midterm ask or mid-year sounding, we discussed where we are losing ground is not paying a really competitive salary. Yes, certainly people are appreciative. When I first took office, we gave detention officers and we gave deputies a pay raise. Last year, we gave a 7% pay raise with you all's guidance and leadership, and that was across the board. This year, I am trying to get our detention officers up to $63,000 and our deputy sheriffs up to $70,000. Now, the numbers that you see in these charts, we worked with Mr. Herman and his team to provide these numbers as we get ready, as we go through the rest of the presentation. So I knew that was going to be a question. Where do you get these numbers? What does that look like, et cetera? As we move to number 4, we talk about triple time, and we've had this conversation, and what you'll also see in your package is the legislation from DeKalb County, where they are paying law enforcement and those that work inside the jail, doesn't matter if you're civilian or sworn, triple time. Now, there is a sunset period on it, and what I am asking for is as we approach the 2023 budget, we set up a program, and it can be a pilot program for 12 months, which we will come back in a 6-month period halfway through and report out on our retention rate. We will report out on our hiring rate based on this triple time and some of that retention, those retention opportunities from there. All right, so now those calculations, again, were, we computed those with the help of our county HR, Mr. Herman and his team. And so they speak for themselves, but just in case I walk through, see the $852,000, that is the civilian estimates as comp time paid and earned, and then below that you'll see the sworn. All total, that's a $17 million ask, and that includes a payout. So last we were here, Commissioner Hausman asked, do we pay the individuals that have gotten to, that's $7 million? Okay, so based on the recent numbers, that's a $7 million ask, but one of the questions that Commissioner Hausman had during our last setting was, do we take those that have already accrued $240 and $480 and pay them out? And so there's a ask, that's the total there. All right, so as we continue, you'll see on subsequent page 3, the mid-year budget ask for last year and overtime conversation from there. So what you will also see in conclusion in this memo is that as of January 4th, I am declaring that the Fulton County Sheriff's Office will no longer be a compensatory time agency, period. So the key is, how do we fund that? So constitutionally, I can make that declaration. I am doing so now. I will do it again January 4th. We're going to pay our people overtime as we go on a more traditional 171. Again, and Mr. Chairman, we had the conversation last night. I lost 2 or 3 people to Cobb County this week alone because they don't have to wait to get paid overtime. They get paid as they go. And those numbers are actually coming. So the top box, right, in terms of our original funding, one of the things I've said traditionally is that we traditionally get underfunded for our overtime, and then we scratch and claw to get to what we need ultimately there. And then the last box, the golden box. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, would you repeat what you said about you are declaring something that you have the authority to declare? I want to know what you're declaring and why you think you have the authority.
Absolutely. So one of the conversations we had last I was here was as a county, our CFO reminded us that we currently we operate under a compensatory obligation, right? I'm not sure if that's the proper term, but we are a compensatory accrual county, right? So meaning that I come to work for Fulton County as a deputy, I have to accrue 480 hours before I can make overtime. So I got to spend half a year on an IOU, right? If I come as a civilian, I have to accrue 240 hours before I'm allowed to make overtime. Now, if I get to 480 and I decide I'm going to take 2 weeks off, I'm back down to 400 hours, and then I have to accrue the other 80 hours before I can again then make overtime, right? So there are a subset of individuals who Mr. Herman and his team have identified have amassed 480 hours. I have the constitutional authority to say we are no longer going to be a compensatory time agency. Now,
where is that?
So that is, and Mr. Herman, I don't know if you want to chime in, and we will get you the legal ramifications or legal.
I'd like to see
piece
where you believe that you have the authority,
I don't
sole
believe it.
authority. You don't have to do it now, but I need to know where that is.
Oh, look at that. I stole Mike too. Did I remind you of that? So the official code is 15-16-10.
Did you get that, Madam County Attorney? Okay.
Right. And thank you, but all of this has been vetted, right? We discussed it last time. The pain point here is last week we discussed this. It was a discussion item, and no one brought it forth as an action item. And so ultimately, with all of these things, in conclusion, we will ask that at some point, all right, you all determine what that looks like, that these be turned into action items. Because I cannot constitutionally fulfill my duties, my constitutional duties, without these things, without moving forward in a positive direction to retain people, recruit people, maintain a competitive salary, keep those in our jails safe, right? This is a plan set forth to make our county jail safe, our county safe as a whole, and certainly what you'll see, and I like simple, right? What you'll see in this conclusion is this box, right? The original 124 was the proposed. Number one, the budget restoration of the FY23 budget proposed reduction. I mentioned that earlier. Unfunding those positions, I mentioned that. I'm on page 3 at the bottom. The compensation salary adjustment. Top of page 4. The triple time, which I certainly would agree needs to be in a pilot format if possible. Number 5, the overtime payment, the accrual process. And then number 6, the payout of the accrual balances, what that looks like. Now, the other piece to that is, so this is a $200 million ask, all right? This does not include the $11 million that we asked for in the mid-year for capital expenses, when we talked about redoing the 9th floor, when we talked about vehicles, when we talked about vehicles out of life cycle, we talked about tasers, we talked about, all that's in the original budget request that I presented to you all. Now, here's a couple unique opportunities. Now, I wanted to walk through that memo because I wanted to get to this next part fairly quickly. You have in your package on the right-hand side our analysis of the budget for this year, right? So what you will see is that the sheriff's office has a $5 million reduction, taking us back to the 124 I mentioned earlier. Every other, 25 departments have a budget increase. So to a layperson, right, you are funding everybody else's increase based on the money that was taken from the sheriff's office. Now, here's the other thing I learned over the last couple budget cycles, as Commissioner Arrington would kindly point out. If we want to go from being best in class, or being okay in class to best in class, what does that look like? You'll also see in your budget, in your package from us, the Fulton County 14 benchmark counties. And so we painstakingly did the same thing that our finance team has done over the years, the same thing our HR team has done over the years, and what you will see, using the same methodology, and included Cobb County, Gwinnett County, as well as DeKalb County. You'll see that from our benchmark perspective, we rank 15 out of 15. We rank dead last when it comes to the amount per inmate we spend. We are dead first in the number of inmates we house. And so when you look at Charlotte, Mecklenburg, for instance, and they are, well, Franklin County, Ohio, let's start there. They have less inmates. Their sheriff's office is allocated $184 million. You look at, obviously, Texas. They figure they do everything bigger in Texas. Travis, Texas, $211 million. Shelby, Tennessee, $185 million. There are a couple of outliers in here. Obviously, Pinellas County, Florida, $208 million. Orange County, Florida, $337 million, right? They do a really good job in terms of what they are provided to constitutionally do their jobs. All right, with that, I'll take any questions. Certainly, I know, Mr. Chairman, you'll have somebody fact check all of this for us, and so we certainly expect that. But I do want to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Herman, his team, certainly our county manager. We've had a lot of conversations around this and how do we, he likes to say good, better, best. I like to say better and best because I don't do anything halfway. And so that's where we are. So ultimately, the ask is that our budget be set at $211 million. That would really put us a long way ahead of the rest of the state and continuing to be the #1 sheriff's office in the country. If there are any questions, I certainly will take those.
All right, there's line up. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sheriff Labat, for this information and taking the time to put it together, you and your staff. I think that there is likely a temperature to do some or most, if not all, of the things that you're asking for. The problem, I think, is I don't think we can identify $200 million out of next year's budget. So I wonder if there is a 4 or 5 year plan to stagger that in, right? Because we've got to balance the resources. Obviously, we know you need more, and I think several members of the board are willing to give you more, but to say that we could afford $200 million out of 2023's budget might not be possible. If there's a 3 to 5 year phase in, that might be more achievable, right? And so then that way there's a certain amount this year, next year, and we might be able to get there. And so I would certainly look at that. The other thing, I'm glad that you included this overtime policy. You know, I think one of the challenges, unlike increasing the salaries, is, you know, what prevents someone from getting 1,000 hours of overtime, right? What limits, and that maybe have to be one of the policies where, hey, there's a cap on the amount of overtime hours anyone can get under this program, right? And you know, there's only a certain amount. I see you propose it as a pilot program, and so maybe there's only a certain amount available for the pilot program to test it, to see if it works, to see if it makes sense. But I think certainly people want to support your efforts for retention. I think one of the things that stuck out to me in one of the earlier slides about Orca was that you've been unable to fill positions. And I don't think that's your fault, because everyone else up there was filling positions. I think that is, the salary is too low for those positions. And so I think, you know, certainly at least for me, I don't want to speak for anyone else, I'm certainly willing to do that. And I think there'll be a lot more support for that. The other thing that I would say is, you know, again, as we balance resources, you know, you've got 6 asks on here. And, you know, again, as we talk about maybe a 3 to 5 year plan or whatever, you know, maybe you take 2 this year and 2 next year, and, you know, over the 3 to 5 year plan, right? And so I don't know that, again, that there's any way that we can necessarily fund all 6 for 2023 at the level that you're asking for, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done, and maybe we knock 1 or 2 out in 2023, and then we bring on maybe 1 or 2 2024 as we look at the rollout. So I would certainly like to talk to you about that. And then as far as your authority, I'm going to take you at your word on the authority, right? That's not really my issue. My issue is, what, if any, impact might that have on the county as a whole, right? You know, will there be other people saying that they can do that? Will there be other constitutional officers saying that they can do that? And what is the broader impact on doing that when we have certain employees under a comp time system? And so my request, certainly I'm not questioning your authority, my request would be that we kind of flush those implications out, the unintended consequences, before you exert your authority. My request would be to make sure that we talk about those issues before you exert that authority, and then we're left holding the bill for any unintended consequences that may result. So I'll leave it there, but again, thank you for your time, and you know, I think, you know, we're going to try to do as much as we can to get you as much as we can. I just don't, there's no way we're going to be able to do it in 1 year.
So first, if I may, just say thank you. I certainly understand the concerns. I appreciate the consideration. I do want to make a point of clarification, if I can. When it comes to Orca, and you saw the number that said 13, that is not a true reflection of what we've been able to hire. So the last 2 years, we've hired 497 people. And in that space, we hired 438 individuals and 227 this year alone. We've not been able to retain people because of the way the county does business. And so, again, I will certainly look at the unintended, I can tell you what the unintended consequence is the marshal's gonna lose people because they no longer have to work comp time or accrue comp time. The PD is gonna lose people because they no longer have to work comp time, and we're in a space of paying people triple time, raising the salaries and moving forward. That will be that piece. from a civilian perspective, there are a number of individuals, and that will fall in Mr. Herman's shop, that have to accrue 240 hours, and we're asking our civilian, or we call them professional staff, to do the same thing, but many times, that's the crux of what makes a jail run, right? So as I was having a conversation with one of the other commissioners earlier, I certainly appreciate the consideration, appreciate the approach. I believe it is my responsibility as a constitutional officer to make sure you know what I need. And then I think we work, in my opinion is we work from there, from that perspective. And there are some phased approaches, or we could do like, and see, I got a pretty good memory when I want to. One of the things that one of the HR individuals, when they were doing the research between Cobb and Gwinnett, et cetera, what generally happens is the budget is ratified, turned over to the sheriff, and everybody gets out the sheriff's way. And what I mean is, I can then, let's say we come to a number, then I can come and say, okay, we can fit this into this year's budget. Great example of that might be, and I think this is what some of the phased approach you're talking about, we got $7 million in payout for people that have accrued in the sheriff's office, 480 and 240. First year, we may pay half of that, right? Or a quarter of that to get people to, and pay out like we did years ago when I believe Commissioner Morris was on the city council, and everybody was accruing comp time and vacation time, and they set a standard of what you had to take per year. There are opportunities for us to do that, and so I certainly appreciate that and certainly receive that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just, I'll amplify a couple of things that Commissioner Aaron just said, and I do think one key, I mean, there's certainly a lot of information here that's useful for us to consider as we think about the ultimate budget, but we need to understand, you know, prioritization, you know, around certain of these areas. And so I've got three specific asks I'd like to get in terms of just sort of information from you as we sort of think about our budget, or maybe not related to some of the stuff that you presented. And that's with three of the units that you have. And here's what I'm interested in. And the motor unit, the traffic unit, and the Scorpion unit / special ops. You know, just not right now off the top of your head, but just at some point I'd like to see the number of people you've got working in those, the personnel costs associated with those, and sort of the equipment costs associated with those, and what those expenditures have been over the past couple of years. So I'm interested in just sort of understanding that, you know, just in a larger picture. The other thing, and I had shared this with our management team, in terms of just the way we think about, you know, our resource allocation, and I think it's a miss, and sort of both our management team miss this, and I think it's, you know, missing in the analysis here too. We want to do stuff with comp counties. Yes, your individual budget's $124 million, but within our, right now, in the early phases of this, or mid phases of this proposed 2023 budget, the allocation to the Sheriff's Department is really $152.2 million, okay? So there's this 124, plus there's 28 million of inmate outsourcing associated. No, that is. I mean, in terms of what we're spending for jail operations and the total of the Sheriff's Department, what we're allocating, that's $152.2 million. So what bucket it fits in or whatever, but the costs associated with it are jail ops plus the Sheriff's ops. We're slid it over here and into a non-agency bucket, but right, there's $152.2 million of cost associated with this whole ball of wax sitting in the proposed budget right now. So if we, you know, compare that where we were dollars allocated back in 2020, that's about a 32% increase in terms of dollars allocated. I'm not arguing whether those numbers are right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just talking about in terms of where we need to look at it and think about where our allocation of spend is. We need to look at sort of true numbers, right? And make sure we don't have other things that, so there's dangers in terms of sort of comparing ourselves to other places and all that sort of stuff. There's some relevancy to it. You know, you can look at the Travis County, Texas thing. I just pulled up online to look at their starting, they got a higher number in here, but they got an advertisement for a correctional officer starting at 50,000. So maybe it's a comp on one end, but maybe it's not a good comp on the other end. So I just say that to say there's some relevancy here, but there's also sometimes we wind up talking about apples and oranges. What I'll look at, and this certainly predates you being here, but since my time on this board, one consistent thing is that we cannot hire an adequate number of folks to work in the jail, whether it's detention officers or the deputies that are working there, right? So that has been something that's been persistent. So to me, the best thing we collectively could all do is try to figure out some way to break the cycle on that and come up with something and really measure it and see if it's working. And I think certainly maybe, you know, compensation is a component of that. Maybe it's not all of that, working conditions, et cetera. Maybe I misheard you in the way you were describing the AC/DC piece, but it sounded like you might have more interest in folks working there than you would be at Rice Street, right? At the current pay rates versus a different pay rate. So, you know, that somehow to me, I mean, at the core of really kind of our big issue that we've been dealing with, that's at the core of it. And you've got some solutions that are proposed here that I think components of have validity. I'm not necessarily sure how much I buy into the concept of the triple time or some of the different pieces of that. I understand you feel like you've got the authority on the 480 piece, but you know, I guess that's sort of, you'd have the authority, but do you have the funding to do it, right? That's really more the question, is I think I've heard you on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the salary components of it, it's, you know, we've been hiring, like you noted too, we've been hiring folks, but we're turning around and we're losing them. And, you know, I'm sure a component of this is comp, but, you know, how much of it's comp and sort of where's the right flexion point to hit on it. So, I mean, as we're thinking about it in the context of what I heard from you and what I feel are like our really critical needs, the areas of focus are compensation for detention officers and the deputies working in the jail and some component of overtime. Seemed to me to be sort of potentially the two biggest issues and drivers that we need to think about in terms of our build out of our budget. So, I mean, I don't know if you got some sort of comments relative to that or not, but yeah, those are my takeaways from looking at all of the issues in raw numbers as well as the raw numbers.
So, if I may, really quickly. The Scorpion Team Motors Unit and Traffic Unit. One, I introduced each of them to the board at the last Dog and Pony Show. What I will tell you is there is a component that you don't see. So these individuals were brought, instead of carrying 300 vacancies, these individuals were brought to do exactly what I said I was going to do prior to taking office, and that is fight crime. And so to that extent, you look at the Scorpion Unit who have captured almost 60 people charged with homicide, right? The Motors Unit who has, see, here is the level of flexibility in building the sheriff's office we've gotten to. So when one person showed up last Friday to work intake with 150 inmates in there, and it was critically dangerous, I called the Scorpion Unit and said, go get 5 people, have them come to intake. The next day when nobody showed up to work, I called the Motors Unit and said, stop what you're doing, let's go work intake, right? I called the Traffic Unit and said, let's go work these floors, right? So that allows me, as the sheriff, the flexibility to be able to do other things. And here's the key, right? These folks want to fight crime, and in that space, they'll either do it for us, if we compensate them accordingly and provide an environment where we do that, or they'll do it for somebody else. Because many of them are seasoned crime fighters. So that piece I get there. The other piece that is worth noting, Cobb County, for instance, when you go talk to the sheriff, They don't hire for detention officers. They hire for deputy sheriffs. So last conversation he and I had last night, Mr. Chairman, he said, I might have 5 or 10 detention officers. I hire for deputy sheriffs so I can continue to train them, but I can also pay them a higher salary. And then I'll 2 more points really quickly to that piece. One of the things that you all, as we go through this next legislative cycle, the conversations around raising law enforcement salaries at a state level. You will see legislation that comes out, or you will see recommended legislation that comes out, which takes about 2 years to process in total. The recommended salary for law enforcement beginning at $56,000 across the state. So don't be surprised when you see that. And then lastly, the $28 million that we talked about that went with our adjusted budget of $129 is not mine, right? It's not mine to spend. While you may calculate it in that space, what I end up doing is fighting with the administration to give and take. So there may be an answer in that if you take that out of non-agency, put it in my budget, then one of the things that the county manager and I talked about is the 500 individuals that are paid for out at Cobb County, budgeted through that $28 million, is there some wiggle room in there to accomplish 1 or 2 of these tasks? And if that's the case, again, I receive that, and I want to be good partners in making that happen. And that's ultimately the direction that we're talking about moving.
Yeah, and my point is, from what the dollars we're allocating to it, I'm thinking about it, it doesn't matter what line item it is under me. I mean, what we're spending it for is for the entirety of these operations. And, you know, if we were in a different position in terms of staffing, right? Not to say you would want to do this, but in theory, I guess, is you have additional capacity at ACDC and you have an empty facility at Union City. Union City could be fully utilized, ACDC could be fully utilized. You know, Rice Street could be depopulated to the extent necessary, and the Cobb County arrangement would no longer be necessary. But not going to be able to get to that point with the current levels of staffing. So, you know, in essence, we're sort of paying for that, you know, with the outsource agreement or components of that. So, you know, as that rolls off, there are other funds that could roll in, but, you know, we have to have access to that in order to kind of deal with the entirety of the issue we've got right now.
Honestly, Mr. Commissioner, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay, all right, yeah, so so that's, all right, so, and on the other, I understand that. I'm just interested in sort of the numbers of people associated with those particular units. So, you know, when you have I understand, and you shared sort of the impact of that, but I am just sort of interested in the number of people.
Absolutely.
And, you know, if the strategy is that that's a portion of what those folks do, and they're also engaged in the jail, you know, we got to have some sort of raw numbers to kind of piece together what that looks like for us, right? Because the biggest piece that we're hearing from probably is, you know, folks about what are you doing about the jail from a funding standpoint, right? So then that becomes a question that gets asked of us about other operations that, you know, you feel are priority, but maybe other people feel like, you know, that those are the responsibilities of others. And I'm not looking to get into that argument, but that's why I asked the question.
No, and I appreciate that, but I do think it, Mr. Chairman, worth
Quickly.
right? Worth stating. That's the reason right now I'm sitting with a RICO case with 28 defendants in one singular courtroom. But because of that staffing, I'm able to provide a secure environment and not have another Brian Nichols. And those are the kinds of things that are important. I'm
All
sorry.
right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Sheriff, can you give me that code again that you mentioned? I would like to peruse that myself. If you don't mind giving me that code again.
151610, and it's actually at the bottom of page 1.
It's 151610?
10, yes, ma'am, and it's at the bottom of your memo, page 1. Thank you.
I'll be brief, Chairman. Is it safe to say, from my perspective, that you are dealing with a hiring issue and a retention issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when it comes to your hiring issue, can you explain for the public what is handicapping you, or what is a problem in you able to attract individuals to come and work at either a corrections or a sheriff in Fulton County?
So first of all, thank you, and I'll be really quick. So to that extent, the jail itself, 901, is the hugest deterrent on the planet. We'll hire individuals and we'll take them to the jail in their first week of recruit training, and people decide this is not for me. Right? It is certainly overcrowded. I'm still stepping over bodies, and what you see is limited movement. And so to Commissioner Ellis's point earlier, one of the things we did to augment that was really bring back the excitement in law enforcement and attract really good individuals to go out and fight crime. And that's been our approach. Now, part of that status, if you will, whether it be Scorpion Unit, Traffic Unit, and or any other units we have, K-9 unit, whatever that looks like, is that you have to work in the jail as well, right? And what does that look like? Where do those resources come from? And just, we've been pigeonholed in the space of not, again, your counterparts in DeKalb County, and this was our CEO Thurman's call, where he instituted the triple time, and according to him, and according to the sheriff, Melanie Maddox, she sees the engagement and people willing to work and work extra hours, because we're asking people to work overtime anyway. But what we're doing is asking them to work overtime and giving them an IOU. And so when people really embody the fact that I can't get paid overtime until I amass 480 hours, I can go work for another government and do the same things. And so those are the kinds of things that make it tough to recruit. But even with that, we've paid special attention to recruiting and hiring, and we've done a good job of hiring individuals. There are some people that don't want to fight crime. They want to manage those that have broken the law. And so we put them inside the jail for X amount of months. So that is something they want to do and try and change people's lives from there. So with that opportunity, we've done a really good job of hiring, again, just in 2022 alone to date, 227 people. And over the course of 2 years, 438 people. Then we go into the retention piece and what that looks like. And I'm glad you asked, because one of the things that we talked about is, and this may predate many of you taking office, but the change in the pension system, how that has affected law enforcement across the country. And so we got one individual in particular who resigned this week with 5 years, so he gets his pension from here, and he's going to Cobb County, and he's going to stay there 5 years, and then he's going to go to DeKalb County. And that is something that on a state level, the legislators are grappling with to figure out how we even potentially do a statewide law enforcement retirement plan. And so one of the other things is people are going to Florida, for instance. Florida has a drop program where in their pension, you do your time in that pension, you can do another 3 years at that same salary and amass and accrue your pension at the same salary. So there are a lot of things to include, and we offered this at the state level for law enforcement across the state. Come up and with a plan, they don't have to pay taxes, state taxes. What does that look like? So we're trying holistically to recruit, retain good talent.
So Sheriff, I don't want to play devil's advocate, but I'm going to have to for the sake of the Fulton County taxpayer. Is there, say if this board were able to give you the amount of money that you're asking for, do you believe, given the conditions at the jail, would it truly make a difference in hiring, or would it make a difference in the retention and the turnover rate?
And so I would honestly say all of the above, right? It would set the tone, here in the county and the state to be able to start a deputy off at $70,000, I would be in a position, I believe, that Cobb County was in earlier this year with a waiting list of people trying to come to Fulton County. The triple time piece is something that DeKalb's already doing. I mentioned that earlier. I believe even if for a year, for us to study, for us to come back as an administration and as a sheriff's office, not department, office, we'd be able to come to you and say, okay, here's what the data shows, right? We got people working more, taking less sick time. We have people coming to work more often, and what that looks like. We won't know until I have something to show you. But honestly, with those three questions, I'd definitely say absolutely yes.
My last final question to you, Sheriff, is what do you consider to be, what would be our future for Fulton County Sheriff's Department if you were not able to get the funding that you need?
The future doesn't look too good, right? Unless everybody up there is going to come man a post at the county jail, right? We're not going to have the people to run the county jail. We just absolutely won't. To Commissioner Ellis's point, I have staff members that are now going over to ACDC, understanding how it is run. It is a cleaner environment, one that I don't feel my life is in jeopardy every day because I'm running that particular unit. I'm responsible for it. There's a theory of ownership. There's one thing we teach in direct supervision, and that is it's mine, right? And I have to take that ownership. The individuals under my care and custody. And again, it's like my mama used to say, right? You get what you pay for. And so every time you see a detention officer, a specialist, a security specialist, bringing American Deli in, and the lining of the Chinese food is marijuana, you get what you pay for. And so someone, I'm not sure if it was you, Commissioner, or not, someone mentioned in the last presentation, when you have people that are worth millions of dollars and you have somebody that's underpaid, is the risk to them to bring a cell phone in, bring contraband in, is that worth it for them? Now, we put additional security measures in place. We've arrested some of the very individuals that work for us. But I would tell you we would be in a very poor, we will be in a very poor position as we get ready to move forward.
Sheriff, this will be my last question. What I want you to articulate, because there is a concern that you're doing more than you should be doing. There are critics that would say you have a role and you may have extended that role. And so as someone who is a steward of the Fulton County taxpayer, I would say to you that crime is at an all-time high in Fulton County. There's not a day that go past that Fulton County is not on the national scene for a death or something. So I know to walk in your shoes is a balancing act. But what would you say to those critics that would say maybe you're doing a little bit too much, maybe you're not staying in your lane? I'm not saying these are my words. What I'm trying to do is give you an opportunity to speak to the Fulton County taxpayer who that may be a concern to.
And certainly I thank you. And I get it every day, whether I get it on social media. Unlike previous administrations, right? I'm accessible. People know how to find me. I get a text message, email, whatever that looks like, and I make it my business to respond. One of our team members will respond within 24 hours. It's a new day at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. As the sheriff, I have 3 constitutional responsibilities. Protect the courts, not just protect the courts, service the court. That means warrants, both criminal and civil. Run the county jail, and be the chief law enforcement officer in the state, period, full stop. What I would tell my critics, and I have said this, tell people to quit committing crimes, right? That'll solve all our problems. If we can get the unique thing about where we are, and I think Alden's done a really good job of that, of putting this data out, and that is, while violent crime, Chief Sherbaum will tell you, crime as overall in Atlanta is down 1 or 2%, violent crime is still up. And those individuals, every time, and you bring up a really good point, every time you look on the news and you see somebody, whether it be Johns Creek, whether it be Palmetto, whether it be Atlanta, it doesn't matter where it is. If it's in the Fulton County, confines of Fulton County, those individuals are coming to the Fulton County Jail. So I can tell you we got the spa shooter, we got the individual that shot and killed a young lady out at Lenox Square. We would have the 2 teenagers that killed the 12 and the 15-year-old if they weren't teenagers, right? And when they turn of age, we'll have them too. And so I tell my critics is really simple. We got to get to our babies earlier, right? By middle school, we have surpassed that age. And that's what we do in the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. So thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. And again, we can get this done. We can get it done.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman, it's 3:30. We have to hear from you.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered already, so I'm going to try and not repeat anything that's already been said. Current state at the Rice Street facility, you still have folks sleeping in the hallways?
Yes, ma'am. So we have upwards of 480, almost 500 people sleeping on the boats. Yes, ma'am.
And the reason we're not moving them over to ACDC is what?
So it's a phased approach. So, and that was why it was important to move the 305 young ladies over in December, because as we approach January, we have staged and we're doing the same thing. This is a unique opportunity for us, working with the DA and working with the solicitor's office to individually look at those persons we want to move. So the housing units are set up that we can move 56 next and another 56 individuals. So 100+ individuals are ready to go, but we're taking this time because, again, the IGA is a phased approach. One, to staff up. So every new hire that we have now that's a detention officer, we're training them in direct supervision first. And so we'll be able to, in January, move at least another 100 individuals. In February, another 100 individuals until we get to 700. The opportunity there is to get people off the floor individually, provide a little more mental health services, and get people behind doors. We are in such capacity, it is such a state of emergency there that we have individuals that are mentally incapacitated that are being housed with other mentally incapacitated individuals because we just don't have the space. And so that phased approach over the next 4 or 5 months, we'll have an additional 400 detainees over there as long as we can continue to, on this pace we have now, to hire individuals and retain individuals.
Okay, because that seems to be like the most dangerous situation
Yes, ma'am.
that you have, is people sleeping all over the place and making trouble. If you could do one thing right now, if we gave you carte blanche to do one thing that you've asked for, what would that be?
I'd start with raising salaries, paying people what they're worth, because we have people that honestly don't make a living wage where they could actually work internally to the jail and other places fighting crime and not have to work a second or a third job. Right? I think that would upset the apple cart across the state.
Starting salary is what?
So you got 2 starting salaries, and the way this is proposed in here, $70,000 for detention officers.
No, current.
Current salary, sorry, is $45,000 for detention officers and $50,000 for deputies. And my professional team has not, this takes into account the professional team.
Yeah, that's low
but they
across the
haven't
metro.
been.
How much does it cost us to train a new employee?
So it just depends on the position, right? Detention officers actually do 2 weeks worth of training and then they do on-the-job training. So anywhere for detention officers, we amass this from a past study, anywhere between $80,000 and $90,000 over that course and upwards of $100,000 for deputies.
So $100,000 ballpark to train an employee that's making half of that?
Correct.
What's their commitment when they sign on after they're trained to stay with us?
Great question. One thing that we have been able to do is use that $5 million, which we no longer have in this proposed budget, and offer signing bonuses. And so while we were working with finance to have first, second, third quarter salary savings and paying though, up to $9,000 in sign-on bonuses. That has been the incentive. The incentive there is to stay 3 years, and it's a reduction every year as to the amount you have to pay back if you leave.
Yeah, I've never understood why we would invest so much and then not pay folks enough to have them want to stay. It's never made any sense to me. So your salary issue is a real issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? I don't think anybody up here would disagree with that basic premise. Triple time, that's an open-ended idea that I don't know that, I'm not going to be here, but I don't know how I could possibly wrap my head around a concept that we have no idea what the numbers would be for that. But if you're paying folks a real salary on the front end, you can plan for that, and you understand exactly what your outlook is going to be from a budget perspective. I think it's reasonable also to pay folks overtime. You and I have had that conversation. This having to wait is also one of those things that it's hard to make sense out of. So, a lot of what you're asking for is reasonable, but I think we have to be realistic. As Commissioner Arrington said, your ask is just not achievable all at once.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. And the data's there. And we use the same metrics that.
Well, the data might be there, but the money's not.
No, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. But keep in mind, there are two things that your sheriff did. When Commissioner Arrington mentioned we need this information before we make decisions, mid-year, I played by the rules. I got the information into the budget tool and to the administration from that perspective. Using the same calculations, we know what the data is. We pay X for overtime, and according to Mr. Herman and his team, you double that, you have achieved triple time. So you know that piece, and I agree with Commissioner Ellis, we need to create a sunset environment there. Without doing it, taking a holistic approach, we'll be piecemealing this, which is what we've done for years. And so I certainly appreciate it.
Well, again, I don't think anybody up here is saying your requests aren't legit, most of them anyway. But that doesn't mean we have the funds available to make it happen, is all I'm trying to convey.
I'm clear.
And if we did agree, you're talking about a $3 million increase to pay for that. That's a lot of money to ask people to pay. And so, there's a conversation here that really needs to happen, and there does need to be some consideration to what we can do and what we want to do and how to close that gap, okay?
I absolutely
We also
agree.
have to recognize that looming over your operation is the need for a new jail. So that's going to be extremely expensive. I was disappointed to not see the study by the end of the year that we have been working on, but that being said, I've got enough information on that to know it's going to be more than we anticipated, even if we don't do everything that's going to be recommended. So, this idea of outsourcing and the costs where we could be keeping that money here in your department and paying folks rather than sending them wherever makes a whole lot of sense to me. And I hope that that's something that we look at. But I think we all have to come together in a way where we're realistic on, what's the major things that need to happen, concentrate on them first. I like your concept of perhaps using Union City as some sort of mental health facility. I think the state might buy into that and help us achieve that if we presented that right. They're looking at all sorts of mental health issues. So to me, there's a lot of things that could be done in what you're asking for. May not happen immediately, but a lot of it makes really good sense. It's just a matter of being able to come up with the funds. And that's going to be a struggle. You have to realize that is going to be a struggle.
I agree.
So $3 million tax increase is a big ask.
Well, again, I have to rely on the county manager. It's not my area of expertise, right? I'll have to
Well, I just
defer
want
to
the public to
finance
know, $3 million tax increase is under consideration, and a jail has to be built. So somebody's got to pay for that.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. We're about to run out of time. I want to save my comments to budget time. And Mr. Morris won't be here, but I'll ask his questions at that time. All right, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Sheriff, I want to just say thank you for coming in and being the type of sheriff who has been informative, collaborative, a team player, who has contacted us directly, and just to talk about the issues and the things that you need. I can tell you from not only my years now as a commissioner, but prior to that as chief of staff to the late Commissioner Joan Garner, that this is, I think we may have said this at a previous meeting, that this is more information that we've ever received from a sheriff's department. And so I want to thank you for that and let you know how much I appreciate it. You know, I've consistently heard and seen in the community that you and your team are out there with the people. So I think that, you know, one of the things I have not seen is, do you have a glossy booklet of all the services and programs that the Sheriff's Office provides to the residents of Fulton County? Because that's something that I always saw come through to the desk, and my question was always, where did you do this? But I don't have to ask that question of you, because my constituents consistently tell me that they've seen you in their neighborhoods. They've seen you at their events. They've seen your team. You have your table, you have your banner, you have your tablecloth and all your information. And so I think that you need a glossy booklet too. And because one of the things that I want to make sure people know is that let's dispel the myth that you're asking for this money because you want to lock up more people. That is not the case. You're addressing issues that were there before you even became our sheriff, and you're trying to raise the standard for humanity within the jail and within your workforce. These are Fulton County employees, regardless of the fact that they are Sheriff's Office employees, and we want to make sure that they are safe and well compensated like everybody else. And so I want to ask you, because it was baffling to me when you said earlier that the number that we had did not match your number as far as hiring. And you read your numbers and you said, even this year alone, you've hired about 227 individuals. So what is the number of positions that you need to fill to be adequately staffed that are currently vacant?
So let me provide a little more clarity. I was talking about the ORCA numbers, right? So it shows 13 individuals, but a lot of people, unless you are seasoned and you don't need health insurance and those kinds of things, in certain aspects, you don't want necessarily the higher salary, you want stabilization of a job. And so our vacancies and our unfunded positions are what part of this package asks for. And so ultimately, in terms of vacancies, so we got 153 vacancies now. And again, one we just filled though, to your previous question, is a director of communications. And her task by mid-year is to have one of those glossy, feel-good story kind of things so that you can see and touch. And remember, we did it mid-year, we did it live and in person.
Yes,
And so
that was the Academy Award winning
that was the one the
presentation.
chairman
All
said
right.
he was giving out Oscars for. So we will, in turn, make sure we have that. Through mid-year, we want to make sure we did a really good job. We have to do a better job of telling our own story, but we had to Commissioner Ellis's point when I first became sheriff, right? We had to show and prove. And so my goal was to be a part of our community from a holistic perspective. And so you'll have that come mid-year. And so again, but specifically 153 vacancies.
That's great. And you mentioned living wage, and I truly do not believe a living wage is a living wage, because I've seen where we have had employees that made a living wage who were on assisted programs for daycare and housing and food and other things. And once we supposedly were giving them what's supposed to be a living wage, all of those services that they need, they no longer could qualify for. And now it had to come out of their pocket, which made them actually more in a worse situation than they were before. And so the living wage, and anyone can Google this, you can't, there's no such thing as a starter home anymore. And you can't really survive in Atlanta making $45,000, $50,000 with inflation and everything else that has happened. And so, the fact that you're trying to raise that a little bit is commendable, but also because I know how important it is to train people, but I know that when they leave, you have just lost that total investment. And that's something that another sheriff's department doesn't have to pay because now these people are trained and experienced. And so it's important to me to definitely pay people up front and get them to stay. So I'm hoping that we can do that. I don't want anybody to look at this sheet that you provided where it speaks to the -4% and think that we're not trying to fund public safety, because anyone who has watched the news should have seen recently all over the news and social media about the 12-year-old who was shot and killed, and then the 15-year-old who died later on in the hospital, and then the mother and grandmother in Buckhead who was killed over her car. I mean, this is just too much. And, I know that you've reached out to all of the law enforcement across the county to ask about assisting, because everybody is short-staffed in law enforcement across the county. And I just want to ask you, have you had any pushback on assisting across the county with crime? Because crime is terrible everywhere in Fulton County.
And so to your point, and it's a great point, I was out there the night the 12-year-old was killed on the 17th Street Bridge. The Chief Sherbaum and I, we are in lockstep. The other chiefs around the county are in lockstep. In terms of Atlanta and Fulton County as a whole is unique, both from a law enforcement perspective on the federal level, the state level, the local level. We don't have some of the problems you see across the country. A shining example of that right now in those courtrooms with my specialized units, 2 deputies from Douglasville, 2 deputies from Henry County, 4 deputies from Cobb County, all right, as well as Gwinnett County. All right, so collectively, we have done a good job from a law enforcement perspective. We do need to do a better job of telling our own story and a better job of making sure our community we continue to close the gap and build more trust in our community. And we'll get there, but those are things, just examples of what you're talking about.
Well, thank you, Sheriff. And Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO, the $5 million that's showing no longer in his budget from this chart, where would that come from if we were to try to give him at least that $5 million back? Or where could it come from?
You could reduce the funds that we've set aside for inmate outsourcing to restore that portion. If you were to consider that we funded inmate outsourcing at the contracted capacity rates of 500 beds at Cobb County and 700 beds at the Atlanta Detention Center, but we have not fully utilized all of the beds at Cobb County, so you could potentially look for savings within that agreement and use those resources. Otherwise, we would have to look at eliminating funding from somewhere else within the budget, or at an alternative revenue source like a millage rate increase to support the additional resources.
All right, so Sheriff, inmate outsource, what did you call it, inmate outsourcing?
Yes, ma'am, we call it inmate outsourcing.
Okay.
That's the term that the finance department has used for a number of years.
What kind of impact would that have on you if that's where the $5 million came from?
So again, and our CFO is correct, and our county manager and I have talked about that. And Cobb County is a good example. Cobb County is having staffing issues as well, so if we were to cut that in half, there would be a revenue stream, or I don't know if it's the proper term, right, for us to be able to do that. I do think, though, we need to look at where the $5 million was pulled from and restore it from that perspective, because we were able to, again, it goes back to what I was saying to Commissioner Ellis. I got it. Y'all don't care about the buckets, right? You from where you sit, you don't have to, from the lens you look through, you don't have to worry about the buckets. I have to worry about the buckets, because the buckets aren't under my control. So if that were an opportunity, that's the beginning, right? That is an opportunity for us to look actually beyond the $5 million. I think, and when we talked about it, Mr. County Manager, it'd be closer to $7 million, and that may be a space that we can accomplish one or two of the other targeted opportunities.
So you're saying it would be okay to take that $5 million from that particular bucket, as you call it, to help you to put it back in your budget?
So I would say, through the lens that I'm looking through, if based on what we spent, based on their capacity to not house any more than 250 detainees, it would be closer to $7 million, which will allow me to accomplish a couple of different things. But I would not pigeonhole myself and not say that if all things improve throughout the year and we were able to get additional people off the floor, Cobb County was able to house 250 additional people, I'd be right back here at least providing you, from a transparent perspective, the additional information so that you know where we are and the opportunity to even go back to that outsourcing piece and add additional funding there.
And Sharon, can you confirm that $7 million that our sheriff has mentioned?
As I recall, Commissioner Hall, the total cost for Cobb County at 500 beds was $14.6 million. So if you cut it in half, that would be $7 million. Yes, ma'am.
So you would be willing for us to do that, to give you that $7 million?
I'll be willing to follow your lead. I know, Mr. Chair, there's going to be a whole budget conversation around what that looks like. I do appreciate it. So the short answer is yes, right? I'm not turning down anything but my collar. So let's make sure if we've painstakingly gone through that piece to make sure we're able to answer those questions legitimately, but that would then that would move us a long way to a solid yes.
Right, and then you could stagger, like Commissioner Arrington said, stagger some of these things over the next couple of years, because 2023, as we all know, currently is not looking like the year to really allow us to do a lot of extras. But you would at least get your $7 million without a millage rate increase, because you just said you got a bucket to pull it from. And
Yes, ma'am. So let me offer this, if I may, and I'll be short. One of the highlights of this and increased collaboration, certainly $7 million, that's where the bucket comes from. I think turning these into action items then forces us to give you more answers, right? Doesn't say that it has to be approved at this amount of money, but it does force the conversation of what does this pilot project look like? What does refunding this money look like? To Commissioner Arrington's point, what are the unintended consequences when the sheriff gets up here and tells his entire staff we're no longer a compensatory time agency? What does that look like? So I think that if we turn it into, and that's in the conclusion, I'm asking that we turn this into action items, you get more answers. You'll be in plural.
all right, so is it possible for us to approve that $7 million at least? So that's done. That's like a good gesture toward making the sheriff's department move in the right direction.
Well, let me say this.
It's a bucket that it's coming out of. You want to do it all?
Commissioners, listen, what's before us now? And I've been pretty lenient today. This is a discussion presentation by the sheriff on what he wants. for the 2023 budget. We're going to be dealing with the budget later on today, a discussion on it, and we're going to have approved a budget early next year when, unfortunately, Houseman and Morris won't be here. But I would hope that we would not make any motions today. The sheriff has been kind enough to provide us what he considers to be responsive to requests that we had. We have that. I think we should take that into consideration, but not make any decisions on anything that he's asked for today. That's just my recommendation.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else today on this item? All right, thank you, Sheriff. Next item.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, it's 3:55. We got a lot to cover. Madam Magistrate, come on up. What's that, the next item?
It's on the bottom of page 14, 22-1003. Discussion, magistrate court and staff position, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Sheriff, you're out of order here now. You're on the floor. This is my jail here now.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by thanking Commissioners Morris and Vice Chairman Hausman for their faithful and dedicated service to all of Fulton County. Chairman Pitts, honorable members of the Board of Commission, I am Cassandra Kirk. I serve as the Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you all about the ongoing needs of the court, and I'd like to begin by providing a little bit of background discussion. I am joined today by Margaret Stagmeyer, and I'd like for her to give a community perspective on where we are. I think I'm going to return the sheriff's phone as Ms. Stagmeyer walks forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm Margie Stagmeyer, and I am a landlord.
Just speak up a little bit, please, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm Margaret Stagmeyer. Thank you, Judge Kirk. And I'm a landlord in Fulton County. I have several properties. I run an edu housing model, meaning we like to take older, dangerous type dwellings. We partner with low-performing schools by providing free after-school and summer programs. And our goal is to basically improve education through stabilized housing. So we are a mission-based property management and landlord in Atlanta. In 2020, I started the Star C Eviction Relief Fund. Our goal was to raise $50,000. We raised $12.5 million, and we expanded it to any affordable housing landlord, apartment landlord in 18 counties. We've helped 4,200 families pay rent in the last 2 years, including many families in Fulton. So I say this to tell you we are mission-based apartment landlords, and we are extremely concerned about the delays in the magistrate court with eviction filings. And I'm listening to Sheriff Labatt talk about trying to get $7 million into raise his budget. I can come up with $60 million for the county. By just investing $3 million in the magistrate court, you're going to expedite the ability of landlords to pay rent. Right now, the delays in evictions is costing landlords $339 million. Okay, $339 million, which equates to $60 million in property taxes that y'all can collect. So in conclusion, and I know we're really pressed on time, I'm just asking the county to consider funding the magistrate court properly so that landlords can have at least a tool, an eviction as a tool in their toolbox to help families pay rent and basically to improve property tax collections for Fulton. Does anybody have any questions?
No.
I do have
No,
just
I'm
one
sorry.
quick question.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Commissioner Ellis.
I will say this, I did see some of your analysis, and I think that 60 million is highly flawed and not accurate, and I test that with our assessors. I'm not diminishing that we don't have a problem, but I think for purposes of our budgetary discussion, we really need to try to keep this as factual based with presentations from our administrative officials as opposed to external folks, coming in. I appreciate the perspective and I understand what the issues are, but I think we got to be really careful about some of the stuff that's being shared in terms of some of these numbers that are being thrown around.
Right.
And we just really need to be practical, realistic, and sort of honest as we're trying to have these discussions.
I appreciate that. Created by local legislation in 2014, your magistrate court is in a unique position. We are developing from a nascent entity to one that is attempting to address our COVID-held cases coupled with hastily implemented technology and staffing choices made from necessity over the years. Our program inventory includes judicial, administrative, and clerical services, and our mission is to inform, engage, and empower our community. Now is the time for this commission to assist the court by examining the relationship between our administrative services, our business processes, our technology, our clerk functions, to align our overall organizational strategy as a unified court. I note that when Alton Adams was speaking, the Mahoney study, which predates this magistrate court, mentioned two things. It mentioned a unified court, and it mentioned one chief to direct that court. Magistrate court is the only court currently that has one chief to direct all cases as they relate to that court. Magistrate court is also the only court that has, that actually is functioning, I would say, is highly functioning right now. I'd ask this commission that we need a better solutions for a sustainable staffing. Each of our technological and process milestones was instituted to safeguard procedural fairness, encourage meaningful opportunities for engagement with self-represented litigants, and to promote public trust. And while the court has made tremendous strides in managing, creating, and promulgating case management priorities and case time to disposition standards, our heavy caseloads and lack of permanent administrative resources stifle the ability of Fulton residents and court users to experience a more responsive court. The efficiency and sustainability of the current dual leadership structure with a divided staff and fluctuating resources has not been effective. Magistrate Court Fulton County will be unable to function once we complete our backlog cases. Alton has told you that with ARPA and ORCA, we have been funding several positions. This commission has been helpful in providing us additional positions, but we keep piecemealing it. It's always a Band-Aid. I'd like to share a few undisputed facts. Number one elected leader exists for magistrate court. That is the chief magistrate court judge. Number two, the statute requires the court to function, including the clerk, at the direction of the assigned chief magistrate judge. Number three, this court, since its inception in 2014, has been underfunded and understaffed. Number four, the needs of the magistrate court grow while the resources available are shrinking. I have placed before you a book, a folder with magistrate court information in it. It is our inventory. It is also the structure that Cobb County runs, as well as a listing of a survey from the other magistrate courts around the county. I want to talk to you about one more fact, and that is that the court's enabling legislation did not identify or structure a clerical staff. And the court staff, this court staff, was literally carved out of state court as the two courts separated in 2015. During the 2015 budget season for 2016, the county finance director and the former clerk of state and magistrate court identified 39 clerical staff to transfer to the magistrate court for us to begin our journey. In good faith, I, as the chief magistrate judge, appointed and the clerk of Superior Court accepted the appointment as the clerk of magistrate court before the end of December 2015. The resources were increased by this board in 2017, specifically as it related to magistrate court positions, and those positions exist today, but they are not accessible to support our judges. And so as I conclude, on behalf of the magistrate court, I ask several questions. How do we support our judges? There are 30 judges, there are 8 full-time that need support. Where are the resources to support those judges, and how can they be allocated? We ask today for your help in creating a court that the state legislature envisioned when it created this magistrate court in 2014. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, when you came to my office, I'd ask you to summarize what the problem is and a solution to the problem. That's what I want to get to today.
Okay.
So the issue to me seems to be that there are 39 positions in Superior Court. Is that correct?
So I would say that there were 39 positions given to the clerk of Superior Court to function for magistrate court.
Okay, but there's 39
There were
that you would
39.
like to have those 39
So-
in Magistrate Court.
So actually, I would like to return them, like we did when we
I
separated
got that. So
from state
return,
court.
just a minute, just
Yes,
a
sir.
minute. That issue with these 39 positions that are in Superior Court now, that you believe should be returned to the magistrate court. Is that correct?
So I'm going to wordsmith just a bit. So the 39 positions were given for magistrate court clerk functions. They weren't given to Superior Court. There were additional 19 people that were given in 2017, again, for magistrate court functions. So that's 58 people that sit somewhere in the Superior Court, magistrate court milieu that could be used.
Okay, now what I'm hearing, and I'll be very honest with you, I don't say this, well, hopefully I don't. I'm really tired of this issue.
Me too.
And what it has been described to me, I'm gonna be very plain, very blunt, because I've said that to you and I've said that to Ms. Robinson as well.
Yes, sir.
It has been described to me by those who understand this a lot better than I do, that this is a personal fight between Judge Kirk and Ms. Tina Robinson. And I don't know how to resolve this, but I want to resolve it today. At issue is these 39 or 59 people, however many there are. And so that's what we're going to deal with here today and get this over with one way or the other.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that. If I could simply add, this is not a personality. For me, this is all about business. Each time I come here and I say, I need funding, each time I turn to Sharon, I say, I need funding, it is because some service or personnel has been withdrawn from the use by the magistrate court. My only avenue is to ask this board, to ask the ARPA people, ORCA people, give me money. The money exists.
Okay,
It pains me to keep
have
asking.
the two of you talked at all?
We have not talked since the MOU ended in 2021, and in
Okay, now
2022, at the beginning of
listen,
this.
Stop. This
Yes,
is
sir.
just mess. Now, let me hear from
This is mess. I agree with you.
Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Hall. I want to
Yes,
resolve
sir.
this today, one way or the other.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, you're asking the same questions I was going to ask. So these 59 people, who do they report to? What do they do?
They report to the clerk. I have no idea what they do.
But they're assigned to you?
So they are assigned, so 39 of them, and that number is actually now 34, so 5 of them have gone somewhere. Those 34 people sit with the clerk because I appointed the clerk of Superior Court to be the clerk of Magistrate Court. This relationship has not been a good one, a smooth one, an easy one
So
to
she's your
negotiate.
clerk and y'all haven't talked in over a year?
We've probably not talked in longer than a year.
And you say this isn't personalities? That makes no sense,
Well,
Judge.
so what I say is this is business, and so when someone tells me that we're not going to perform services to you, for you anymore, and my first response is to ask Sharon to give me money. And so,
Well, your first response should be to try and work out the problem so that y'all can work together.
okay.
I mean, you've heard the whole day today. We don't have money laying around that's not allocated or needed for something. We've got way more need than we have revenue
Correct.
to
I'm
deal with
asking
it.
for a budget-neutral transfer, just like we did it from state court. The problem is, I am functioning as, and I apologize for cutting you off, I am functioning as the chief magistrate judge for a magistrate court which I do not control. When I am speaking with people in the public and they go, this is what happened in magistrate court, I say, no, that's what happened when you were in the clerk's office. That's not something I can fix, I can address. That's
You
not
can
something-
fix the relationship with, I mean, we work with a lot of people that we don't
Correct.
get along with all the time.
Absolutely.
That's being an adult.
Absolutely.
So I don't understand this. The chairman, none of us understand this problem. We're all Fulton County.
Yep.
Y'all have extremely difficult jobs. You need to work together
All right.
to
so-
make it happen.
All right, so here's what I would ask. Our statute says that the magistrate clerk is to work at the direction of the magistrate court chief magistrate. Can you all make that happen? That is why we are here.
Doesn't mean you're the boss. It means
I
that
don't wanna be the boss.
she has duties that she performs for your court. That's what that means.
Absolutely, that's absolutely correct. But it also means that those 39 people were brought there and they were meant to staff our court. They were meant to be case managers for our judges. They were meant to be, so that's what they did when they were with us at
So
state
they're not
court.
doing that work?
They're not doing that
Why are
now.
they not doing that work?
You should ask the clerk, I have no
No,
idea.
you should ask the clerk.
So I asked for
Okay.
the staffing.
I mean, no,
And so I don't want to be childish,
Just a
I
minute.
agree with you.
Judge
This-
Kirk, just a minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Let me hear from the commissioners, then I want to ask the county attorney to weigh in on this.
Yes, sir.
Bring some
Thank you,
sanity
Mr.
to
Chairman.
it. All right, Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard?
I was about to ask the county attorney to weigh in as well, but I also was going to ask Kenneth Herman, but I don't see him there because we're talking about positions and where they are and what they do and all of that. That should be able to be clarified by our Chief Human Resources Officer. It shouldn't be a question at all because aren't those Fulton County employees? Okay, so what is the question? That's ridiculous to me that we're sitting here trying to determine what 39 positions are, what they do, and who they report to and all that. HR should be able to tell us. And then as far as it was explained to me, this all happened due to a resolution brought forward by the Board of Commissioners that was basically a collaboration of the two of you. And when I say the two of you, I mean Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk and the Clerk to Superior and Magistrate Court, Kathleen Tina Robinson. Is that correct?
That is correct. In
Okay.
2016, you are
In
correct.
2016. So let me make sure I'm clear on this. So this is not something that by law was already, that needed to be rectified or corrected by resolution. This was something that was brought forward by two intelligent, powerful women who have their own areas, and it was a decision that was supposed to help both of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Madam County Attorney?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. As I understand it, the history of this issue is that the magistrate court clerk's function was originally, as far back as I can recall, with the clerk of the state court. There are, under statute, there are 3 places where the magistrate court clerk's function can reside. One of them can be handled through the clerk of the state court, or it can be handled through the clerk of the superior court, or the county commission can authorize the chief magistrate judge to either select someone, serve as the clerk herself, or have another judge serve on her court as the clerk of the magistrate court. So the 3 places they can reside: state court clerk, superior court clerk, or somewhere within the magistrate court itself. That is something that can be provided for by local law, but because it is not in our county, it has been designated through the actions of the Board of Commissioners. My understanding is consistent with yours, that in 2016, which at the time the function resided with the clerk of the state court, as it is one of the legitimate options under the statute, that the change from state court to clerk of the superior court was initiated by Clerk Robinson and Chief Judge Kirk, and that was brought forward to the Board of Commissioners and then accomplished via resolution at that time. If the board chooses to change that arrangement for whatever reason, that would need to be done by another resolution, changing the location of where the magistrate court clerk's function would reside within the county.
Okay, so with all that being said, let me make sure I'm clear. It has always been the chief judge of magistrate court's decision to make where she wanted that function to be?
It is the decision of the Board of Commissioners, the governing authority of the county, in the absence of local law, which our county does not have local law. It is the decision as to where the function will reside is with the Board of Commissioners. In this most recent instance, the change was initiated at the request, I believe, of Clerk Robinson and Chief Judge Kirk.
Okay, so by law, our clerk to superior and magistrate court is both.
Currently, under the 2016 resolution,
Only
yes.
based on the 2016 resolution passed by this Board of Commissioners?
Yes, Commissioner.
So prior to that, what was the clerk? Was she only the clerk to Superior Court?
Only.
And that was by law, but not
Via her
based on the
election.
2016 resolution. So she's literally a constitutional officer
For
of,
purposes of Superior Court
for
clerk.
purposes of Superior Court only. Is that correct?
That is correct. And then the addition of the magistrate court clerk function was accomplished via the 2016 resolution.
Based on the two of them coming to the Board of Commissioners and requesting it?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So, hot off the press, I received an email from, of course, one of the largest development organizations, H.J. Russell, and it's addressing the fact that magistrate court is not working at its full capacity to be able to handle evictions. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is what Ms. Stagmeyer spoke to. That is correct.
Okay, well, this data that was sent to me by them is staggering because it's talking about the financial loss to Fulton County being $60 million in tax revenue due to the current backlog of cases at the magistrate court. Rental housing providers in Fulton County are losing an estimated $336.1 million at an average rent of $1,400 annually, and it just goes on to talk about the public safety risk that they're seeing in all of their properties. And people now, the renters basically have this saying of, you know, you can just get over and not pay your rent because magistrate court can't do the evictions anyway. So they're seeing this happen across Fulton County in their properties, and that is a travesty. So is this part of the issue of what you were speaking about as it relates to the positions and?
It is.
And
It's exactly the issue. Yes, that is correct.
yes, ma'am. Can
We're
you
gonna
come
have
to the mic?
Just a minute now.
So I would, yes,
Wait.
sir.
One at a time?
I was just simply saying to Commissioner Hall that that is the issue, and that is the reason that what we are trying to address. It is a staffing issue. It is an administrative issue, but it is also a staffing, where are the resources issue. That's the question.
Okay, so the problem I have is why, okay, what are they also doing that we may not know? Because you said you didn't know what they're doing. So I would like to hear from our clerk to find out what are these 39 individuals doing that, I mean, period. What are they doing?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. First, let me say to Commissioner Hausman and to Commissioner Morris, congratulations on your new chapter. I will miss you both. I know that you all are tired of this. I know you are. This is impacting the citizens that we have vowed to serve. Both me, as the clerk of Superior and Magistrate Courts, and the Chief Magistrate, we have both vowed to serve the public. I am a little confused because I actually thought, and the Marshal is here as well, I actually thought that we would be discussing the crisis of the evictions, the status in this county. That's why I thought we were here. I spoke to Mr. Stephen Davis, who is the director of the Atlanta Apartment Association. As a matter of fact, we have a presentation for you that I'm going to ask Ms. Robinson to present.
Just a
in
minute. Just
we don't have to do that?
All right,
Okay,
hold
that's-
it. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Well,
Just a minute.
but what-
Just a minute. Please.
Commissioner, what I want to say is
Ms. Robinson,
this.
just a minute. 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 Just a minute, everybody. We have a lot to cover here on the agenda today, and I don't think we're going to be able to resolve this today like I
Yes.
thought we could. So what I'd like to recommend is that we table this issue. What?
Can they give HR?
I don't know who needs to be involved in it, but
Yeah.
whoever needs to be involved, whether it's HR, the county attorney, and the
Yes.
two of you,
Yes.
and come back
I
and have
agree.
something for us at our next meeting.
I agree.
Yes.
Now,
Thank
that's what
you,
I'd like to
Chairman.
recommend to do. Just a minute, just a
Yeah.
minute.
Yes,
And that's what I'm
please.
proposing, Commissioner. Any objection to that?
No objection
Just a
whatsoever.
minute, just a minute. Yes, yes.
Well,
Commissioner Arrington, please.
but
Commissioner
what's
Arrington,
on
hold
the
on, hold
table
on.
is taking
Yep,
positions
Ms.
from the clerk
Robinson,
function.
Ms. Robinson, please, please. You want to be heard. If there are no objections, that's the route we're going to take.
There are no objections, but Chairman, I would, you know, if we were in court, I would send y'all to mediation.
Been there, done that.
Just a
And so I would say, I think there's a fix for this, Chairman. I just think.
We can't fix it today.
We can't fix it today, but I think there's a fix for this. We're not going to be able to fix it today. It does bother me that I have two well-respected women of color. Now, I have to be honest with y'all. This is heartbreaking to me. And I would be remiss if I did not tell you all. I hold both of you all in the highest respect. And I'm not saying that you both don't hold each other in respect, but I think just like with a marriage and communication breaks down, and sometimes you have to have a counselor to come in and step in and show both sides. Chairman, I would be open to us holding this.
Is that a motion?
A motion, I make a motion
Is that a
that.
second?
That was exactly what I was going to do, so absolutely a second.
Just a minute, there's a motion on the floor to hold and properly second. Let's vote on that motion, please. Madam Clerk?
We're holding a discussion?
Yes. Hold the
We're
discussion
holding
till
it for them to
That's
get
correct.
all
Give
the
them an opportunity
county
and all
executives,
the
county
parties
attorney,
to get
yes,
together.
HR, yes.
All right.
and come
You
back
take-
with a
You got to put that in the
solution.
machine.
I second, yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be heard. I'm next in the queue. I just want to know how many people do y'all need? I don't want to get in between whatever y'all got going on. How many people do you need out of the 58 or 59 people? How many people do you need out of 58 or 59? If we had to add more people to make up the differences or whatever, I just want, how many people do y'all need? That's all I want to
Now,
know.
just a minute, not today. You'll have time to do that between now and the next meeting. Just Commissioner Ellis?
And I'll add to this too, does not bring other people into this conversation. That 60 million number is not worth the paper it's printed on. Don't come in here, just like when we had the ACLU trying to come in here with that bunch of nonsense. Do not bring other people in here. This is something that you all have got to work through on your own. It's got to be factual based, and we cannot be wasting all kind of this amount of time and energy and resources.
Thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is to hold this matter until the next, we will resolve it at the next meeting. All parties will get together in the meantime and work this out, and I'll be a part of those discussions as well. Let's vote. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open to hold.
Lord have mercy.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item.
Thank you, Commissioner.
First, I want to say thank you. I
That's-
also want to I actually
that's-
want to make you all aware
Madam
that we have
Judge
a
Clerk,
state justice
Judge
institute
Judge
study
Kirk,
that is
thank
looking
you.
into these.
Judge
So I
Kirk,
just
thank
wanna
you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank
Madam
you very
Clerk.
much for the time.
Madam Clerk, continue, please.
On page 8,
Lord have
under open and responsible government,
Quickly.
22-0981, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of a resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote. Let's roll, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk.
The vote is open. And motion passes unanimously. 22-0982, finance. Discussion of the fiscal year 2023 proposed budget.
And we heard a lot about the budget today, particularly from the sheriff. Anything you want to add, Madam CFO?
Mr. Chairman, all I was going to add is that when we come back in January at the first meeting, we will have updated the budget booklet to include the 12/31/2022 year-end results and any recommended changes that we have as a result of where we ended the year for timing differences and things like that. Other than that, we'll be ready to take final action on the budget in January.
All right, Commissioner Ellis? And we will approve that no later than the second meeting in January.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Commissioner Ellis?
one thing I did want to, before kind of the final numbers came in and all that sort of stuff, one of the things I wanted to go on record with, and I know we'll have this further discussion. If there are, quote-unquote excess funds, I think we definitely heard from the sheriff some needs and some stuff that we'll kind of wrestle around with that. And then we've got some funds identified to kind of look at already in our budget. But the two other areas that I think that are worth kind of looking at and, potentially sort of having a placeholder on excess funds. Number one is reinstitution of the pay for performance, bonus for all employees. And then number two, building a future reserve for facility needs. And I know we've got, certainly we're a long ways away from understanding kind of jail needs and facility needs and all that, but we know there will be one. And I think one of the things that we, seriously but need to do is start to think about how we may be able to bond some of the stuff. Who knows how we're going to be able to finance it, but I think we need to start looking at placing some markers within our budgets in terms of building a reserve for funds associated with that capital build that we know that's going to happen. And I just want to go on record on those two particular issues in terms of consideration, or given those as sort of key consideration for any use of excess funds.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Madam Clerk.
22-0983, registration election. Request approval to process outstanding and current invoices in the total amount not to exceed $65,794.63 for providing printing services.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, 22-0984, real estate and asset management, request approval of a statewide contract not to exceed the amount of $149,417.09 to provide new office furnishing for the Fulton County Clerk of Superior and Magistrate Court.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by, seconded by Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Houseman.
Is this redo of these facilities potentially house positions that may be associated to the magistrate court?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer that. This is a part of a $1 million capital allocation for the Clerk of Superior Magistrate Court, and this is one of the final aspects of a build-out that is currently underway, procuring the furniture. But this is, I believe, TG 200. I'm sorry, TG 200 is the ground floor, Suite 200 in Justice Tower.
Okay.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
So this is a consolidation or separation? What is this?
This item is absolutely unrelated to the former issue and has nothing to do with the two entities.
But it says it's for the Fulton County Clerk of Superior Court, Magistrate Court.
As that is how that office is referred to now formally, the Clerk of Superior and Magistrate Court.
It seems to me like this item ought to be held until y'all have the discussion. Yeah, is this time sensitive?
I'm sorry, this is just simply a part of the office suite for the clerk.
Question though, is it time sensitive?
Yes, very much so. We were delayed 5 months due to the permitting office for the city of Atlanta. There was actually
It's time sensitive. I got it. All right, Commissioner Arrington. Okay. All right. Motion on the floor to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0985, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide standby roof maintenance, repair, and replacement services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0986, request approval of a statewide contract in the total amount of $175,000 to provide tires, tube, accessories, repair services for Fulton County fleet vehicles.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0987, request approval to amend an existing contract to add the Fulton County North Annex Jail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This action should have actually been first before the renewal. We needed to amend the contract to add the jail, the Alpharetta Jail, before we renewed it. So this action item should have been first.
All right, and the price here is $244,401. All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes unanimously. On page 10, under Health and Human Services, 22-0988, Senior Services, request approval of a recommended proposal in the total amount of $4,487,656.46 to provide aging services for Fulton County seniors aged 60
All right, a
and
favorable
above.
motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdu-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0989, Public Works. Request approval of a public-private partnership, MOU, between Fulton County and the Georgia Department of Transportation for sewer relocations.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0990, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $386,728 to provide fire hydrants and parts.
It's a motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0991, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount of $397,959.03 to provide corporation stops and brass fittings.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0992, Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities. Request approval of a MOU in the amount of $23,500 for a countywide Text for Help program.
Favorable motion by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Abdu-Rahman. Question, Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to know, are we reaching youth in private, charter, and home schools? And how are we doing that? Anybody here to speak to that? I thought I saw, is this Latrina's item?
Yes, ma'am. She had to step away. So this is available to students across Fulton County. Your question about the private
Reaching-
schools,
yeah,
I can
in
get
home
that
schools.
information for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, a favorable motion by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Abdu-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 22-0884. Request approval of resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment for a project located in West Side Tax Allocation Bond District Number 1.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Morris, you have the floor.
Yeah, this has been held a couple of times. It's a $200,000 grant from the West Side TAD, which, as you all know by now, requires consent from the county commission because it's subsequent to 2018 when the commission extended the West Side TAD on the condition that it gets to approve the projects. This is, again, a $200,000 grant to renovate the facade of the old Herons, which is now the theater there. I know we held it up because of concern about TADs generally, but I don't think there's any reason to continue to hold this when it's a good project, and it isn't going to save us any money if we reject it. So I hope everybody will approve it now.
Thank you, Commissioner. The motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 11, 22-0952, request approval of a resolution to establish supplement for the tax commissioner and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, this was held at the last meeting for additional information which you received. What it does is it increases the tax commissioner's salary, base salary by $20,000 so that he would now be making, I guess it's $20,000 more than the tax assessor. I'll move approval. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner. Is there a second? Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. All right. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Yeah. You know, one of the things is that it's sort of been a struggle with a few places within county government is understanding sort of the full picture compensation for elected officials. And I guess on its face, you know, certainly if all the funds that an elected official receive would be their county salary or supplements, it'd be one thing. But just so we understand sort of apples and oranges, I believe the data, which was captured from our HR, our Director of Personnel, Mr. Herman, the total compensation right now, I believe that you shared with us that the tax commissioner is receiving it both in terms of his base compensation through base, COLAs, longevity kind of salary, that sort of stuff, plus other fees that he's collecting is $533,978. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Well, given that, I certainly cannot support that. I don't think that makes any sense whatsoever. If you've got, you know, somebody receiving that kind of funds to, based on their public service, to then ask for a supplemental additional on top of that. In addition to that, while we're on this topic, and we had one of these folks here before us today, and if we stayed longer, I would ask her personally about it. This week we learned that there was surprisingly a practice going on within the context of the Superior Court Clerk Office, whereby certain clerks throughout the county, including throughout the state, including our own, were collecting a certain amount of processing fees for passports. And according to this article that was reported, which it appears that the clerk has not disputed based upon a statement she made, that our own clerk pocketed more than $360,000 in passport processing fees. And if we'd have known that prior to going into this discussion about additional supplements, if we adjusted hers with that last round, I certainly would have not been in support of that either. So, and I look back at some of the disclosures, I looked back specifically at the financial disclosure that we're all required to do. And I don't know what the requirements are or not, but there's a piece in there that talks about honorariums and fees associated that inure to us as a result of our job. Those are not disclosed in those forms. So I don't know what the legalities of that are or they aren't. But one of the things that I'm interested in doing, because I think it's ridiculous that we have to learn about this in the context of somebody else reporting it. Every elected official, if they're receiving some sort of compensation as a result of doing their job that's outside of the base that they receive, should have to disclose it to the public. I want to figure out a way for us to survey or have our own disclosure and supplement to that personal financial disclosure within the county from all of our elected officials. It should be clear, and there should not be any question about it. It's an embarrassment that we should have to learn about this through the newspaper, that through a service that we decided to fund, that we've got somebody making money off the backs of the people in a processing fee. It's a joke. So anyway, I'll work with our county attorney's office on that, but since we were on this topic, and it's sort of a diluted issue because of this nature of fees and other sort of stuff that are collected, I just want to go on record with that.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I had made a note to ask the clerk about that issue while she was here today, but I forgot in the Yeah, I forgot about that, but I agree with you, and I'm not sure what's at our disposal to find out exactly what happened. I'm certain that county personnel were used. I'm certain that county equipment was used, and it is an embarrassment. It was an embarrassment. I didn't know about it until the manager showed me an article about it. So we've not heard the end of this, so Madam County Attorney, I'd like to work with you and Commissioner Ellis on finding out exactly what we can do, and we'll need to get to the bottom of this and maybe have her come before us at our next meeting as well. All right, on the issue that's before us, Vice Chair Houseman, regarding the $20,000 increase for the tax commissioner.
Yes, I just think for the benefit of the public, we should explain the reason that this request has been made.
Well, huh?
I think it's a legitimate question.
But you want to, well, I mean, I had a conversation with try to be brief and summarize, with the tax commissioner, who was concerned that in his position, and I was shocked to find out how low his base compensation was. And when he learned that the new tax assessor was coming in at a much higher salary, and he had done a survey and found and concluded that in other jurisdictions, the tax commissioners are at a higher level than tax assessors. So he came to me and asked me to put this paper before us, which I support, and I did so. So that's why it's on the agenda.
Okay, so this would not be offset by a reduction in any of the other compensation that he currently gets from outside sources that, for tax collections that he does throughout the county, correct?
It would not, and I'm told that the $20,000 will come from savings, help me out, Madam CFO, within his department's budget, as I understand it.
I'm going to have to defer to Hakeem. I wasn't involved in the review process for that. But I believe that it could be funded from salary savings out of his budget this year, and we'd have to probably look at his vacancy rate next year to identify a position that would not be filled to cover it in his 2023 budget without having to make any adjustment to his budget.
Because I asked him specifically that question. He's talking to someone in his office, and they told him that it would come from his existing budget. So I introduced the paper based upon the information that I received from him.
Okay, so in essence, if this is granted, the new salary would be $594,000?
Not, well, I don't know
Or
what
the new
total
compensation?
would be. This would be
Mr. Herman, is that right?
added to his base salary.
Yes, if we are, the resolution intent is to pay him, I think, $20,000 more than the incoming chief appraiser, then his total compensation would go to $594,000.
Well, I mean, we said up 20,000, but this is actually a supplement of 60,000 on, that's before us, correct?
Yes, that's to get him to be $20,000 more on a base pay compensation than the chief appraiser.
Okay. I think we all agree that our tax commissioner does an outstanding job collecting taxes for Fulton County. That's not under dispute whatsoever. But the salary level is a constant source of criticism to the county. There's going to be an article after this conversation, I'm sure. And the public just doesn't approve of it. They just don't. I would say he's probably the highest paid official in Fulton County and perhaps in Georgia. Again, he does an excellent job, but I think that the salary is quite nice already, and then some. So I just don't see how I could possibly support it. I don't see how he could ask for it, quite frankly.
Commissioner Hall?
I just want some clarity on the additional income that he receives, Because I thought it was always in the state legislation that the tax commissioner of Fulton County could receive a bonus based on what percentage of taxes they collected. Is that correct or no? Explain it.
The legal provision is not for a bonus, but rather a per parcel for taxes collected under certain circumstances.
Well, to me, that's a bonus one way or the other. It's kind of like, you did your job at an exemplary level, and so you get this bonus check. It's the same thing to me in just layman's terms for a senior, anybody a regular resident. And this was always the law. Is that correct?
The additional compensation that the tax commissioner receives is provided for under the law, yes.
Right. And so was this the law before he became our tax commissioner? Or was this a law that was put in place?
I would have to confirm, but I believe it was longstanding.
So it was a
statewide.
long-standing law prior to him coming on board as our tax commissioner. Any tax commissioner before him could have received this bonus pay had they collected the percentage of taxes per parcel that he has at the rate that he has.
To my knowledge, our tax commissioner is not collecting compensation under any special legislation specific to Fulton County.
And so how is he receiving it?
Through statewide legislation that would
Statewide
apply under
legislation.
those circumstances to other tax commissioners.
Right, okay. And then what other ways is he receiving additional compensation? Is contract?
I have not done a full analysis of all of the sources of his additional income. We can provide that, but as I understand it, it is largely consisting of per parcel collection provisions.
So in looking at this, is there a problem with him making this extra pay because he's the only one that has ever achieved this? Has anyone else achieved this that was a tax commissioner before him? Were there others who got these, that collected so much and received this additional pay?
We have not done a full analysis of comparing various tax commissioners. I would imagine some of it, the differential is accounted for by the size of our county and the number of parcels.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he's not doing anything that he's not doing anything other than he's falling under the law that his position was written under. I see you, Denval, shaking your head, yes. So, he's getting these because he is following the law. It's not like he's just getting an extra pay. His base pay is what?
Is it 184?
Mr. Herman.
184, Commissioner.
Okay. What is we have people in the county who make more than that. We have what's the highest paid department head make?
That'll be the county manager. I think it's at 300.
300,000.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then what is the pay? You mentioned the tax assessor that's coming on board. What's the pay of the tax assessor? Because this is all a part of the reason why he wants his base pay.
The base pay, the Board of Assessors were able to negotiate for the new chief appraiser, was $225.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I'll be quick. When this was first brought to my attention, I did do some due diligence. And this seems to be a practice that was accepted and done at the state. This is not anything that we enacted per se, Fulton County. Is that correct, County Attorney?
That is correct.
And so, Chairman, I'm going to support this because I think the tax collection rate and where we are going into 2023, and we've had the sheriff come before us today. We've had the clerk and the chief judge, magistrate judge. We may have to make decisions that may not be the most popular decision, but they're prudent decisions as to where we are. And so until the state does something on their end to resolve this, I think it's unfair to put that burden at the county level, at the Fulton County level. And so I'm going to support this. I do understand it being a problem looking at the entire amount of money that he makes. But as a sitting commissioner, I am uncomfortable looking at the entire amount of money that our tax commissioner makes when the General Assembly did not take issue with that with other tax commissioners. I think that you may be setting up an unfair bias, in my opinion, let me say that. And so I'm going to support this because Fulton County has the highest or one of the best tax collection rates. I would hate to see, and I'm not saying that he would walk away, but part of our job is to make decisions that are not necessarily popular, but they're prudent for the operation of business. So I'm going to support this, and until something is done at the state level, because I think it would be unfair for it to be for one tax commissioner as opposed to another one. I just think that, in my opinion, that would be unfair. And so I'm going to support this. I'm going to support this because it is needed at this time, and the risk of what happens if we don't do this is far greater, in my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
I'll try to be brief. I do have a little history on this issue because when Dr. Ferdinand was not an elected tax commissioner, but was an appointed tax commissioner of Fulton County, he came to the city of Atlanta, to our Finance Executive Committee, seeking the dollar per parcel. It's not a bonus, Commissioner Hall. It was explained to me that it was an anachronism back when the tax commissioners in rural counties would knock on doors collecting taxes, and apparently there was not a requirement that they collect city taxes, but only county taxes. And so the General Assembly allowed them to collect the city taxes under a contract with the cities in return for a fee that would be a personal fee and not a county fee, even though the work would be done by county employees and county facilities and everything else. We rejected that request at the time because the city attorney said that the law only allowed elected tax commissioners to collect that fee, not appointed tax commissioners. And the portion of the city that was in DeKalb County was collected by the DeKalb County tax commissioner who was elected. And so the city of Atlanta paid him a fee, but not Dr. Ferdinand, and Dr. Ferdinand then declined to collect the city of Atlanta taxes, which was a bit of a disaster for us. We had to hurriedly develop a tax collection department and software and everything else, and had abysmal collections. Dr. Ferdinand does a fabulous job. He's terrific at his job. But I'm not going to be able to support this. Back to some more history. So there have been efforts in the General Assembly to undo this. Wendell Willard had one passed, I think, by the House, and the Senate killed it to undo it some years ago, to require the tax commissioners to collect city taxes and not receive any additional fee. The county could negotiate a fee for the county to do that. But at any rate, my understanding is the General Assembly has passed a law but has grandparented existing contracts. And that's why Dr. Ferdinand continues to be able to collect these, but new tax commissioners throughout the state cannot. So it will be fixed when all of the existing tax commissioners with contracts to do this have moved on and been replaced by new tax commissioners in the various counties who will no longer be able to collect this fee. But just so the public knows, the issue here for the, and it's been in the press all the time. The last report I did see some years ago showed that he was the highest paid elected official in the state of Georgia. Football coaches, of course, are the highest paid employees of governments, but he was the highest paid elected official. If this information is correct, and I assume it is, the personal compensation he receives from the cities is $309,305. That's on top of his salary, making his earnings currently $534,000 roughly. So while if he were not collecting that fee, I'd support a bigger increase than the 60 because he is so good. But the public is concerned about it. They don't like it. They can't stand it. And I don't think it's fair myself. And I've told him that. I told him that when he came to us years ago at the City of Atlanta, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not going to be able to support it. I think the $534,000 is probably enough. Thanks.
Commissioner Ellis? What? Oh. All right, anyone else? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Next item.
22-0993, request approval of resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners expressing support of the 117th Congress House Resolution 1382 and Senate Resolution 790, which commemorate the Atlanta Race Massacre by honoring the victims and reaffirming the commitment of the United States Congress to combat hatred, injustice, and white supremacy, and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to say that this was brought to me because our Congresswoman Nakima Williams and our Senator John Ossoff introduced this and was asked that the county followed suit to just show some support for this 17th Congress House resolution. And so that is what this is all about. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0994, request approval of a resolution urging the Georgia General Assembly to pass a resolution acknowledging the atrocities of the Atlanta Race Massacre of 1906, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall.
And this one is just simply to urge the General Assembly to pass a similar resolution, and I believe they are already in talks with those at the General Assembly. Thank you.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0995, request approval of resolution repealing Resolution 02-1414 and 03-1465 to conclude Fulton County's participation in the Princeton Lakes Eastside TADS contingent upon certain findings by county staff, sponsored by Commissioners Morris and Ellis.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Speakers are Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Ellis.
So, you know, I see this as, it appears, I think we might be doing this backwards. It appears that this says we're going to take this action and then inform the city. Seems to me that we would want to talk to the city first before taking any such action and see what their temperature is on it. So I'm not willing to support this today because I guess unless someone can tell me that they've already spoken to the city, Commissioner Morris, and that the city is okay with this, Princeton Lakes, you know, I don't know the size of the TAD. Some of that is in East Point, and you know, maybe it's only, these TADs are only in the city of Atlanta. But I would want to know that we have spoken with the city and or Invest Atlanta, and that these people, and that they're no longer using this, nor have any idea or anything in the works. I just think it's backwards for us to take an action and then inform someone. I think we should work better with our municipal partners, speak to them on the front end, get their inclusion and input before taking the action that's going to affect more than just us.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I think the inform in the resolution is the formal inform that's being talked about here. I have not had discussions at Invest Atlanta specifically about this particular paper. We felt like it was timely because we wanted to take this action before January 1st so that we would not be sending any revenues for these two TADs over to the city for next year. One of the things we talked about in the budget discussions was trying to look at the TADs and decide whether we needed to continue to be injecting our general fund revenues into these now that the TADs in the county that the county's involved with, I think, represent 8.7 or 9% or so of the tax digest, which means we're not going to be able to do any more for any other cities if we don't clear some of these up. We picked these two because Princeton Lakes, the Invest Atlanta and the city have already decided they're not going to do any more projects in the Princeton Lakes TAD. It's a small one, but at the last Invest Atlanta meeting, I asked about the Princeton Lakes reserve, and they said, well, there's no debt. It's just that we've reserved all that because we've already decided we're not going to do any more projects in that TAD. So there's really no point in us sending any more money over there to be sitting in that bank account when they're not going to be doing any more projects. The East Side TAD was the other one. There is no bond indebtedness on that one. And many of you recall that Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms actually proposed to end the East Side TAD because they thought that they had already fulfilled its obligations. It is incredibly well funded now. And there's a general sense that that TAD has fulfilled the purposes for which it was formed. And there's no reason for us to continue to send our general fund dollars over there. It's, I've reminded the Invest Atlanta board and the Beltline board, for that matter, recently, that they really need to recognize the county. As a board member, I wasn't even invited to most of the groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings, but I've said to them, you know, the county actually puts more of its general fund money in to these TADs than the city of Atlanta does, because while the city of Atlanta's overall millage rate is higher than the county's millage rate, the general fund millage rate of the county that goes into the TADs is higher than the city's general fund millage rate. The city has a lot of bond millage rate that makes our overall millage rate higher than the county's. But so we put more of our general fund money into these city TADs than the city of Atlanta does. So the East Side TAD, by the last report, had $110 million sitting there in cash. And again, Mayor Bottoms was going to close that one 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. So it's logical to me that we not send any of our 2023 money over to that one, or certainly the Princeton Lakes TAD, which Invest Atlanta has already concluded and announced at its last meeting they're not doing any more projects out of. So that was the purpose of us bringing this forward, so we could notify the city formally before January 1st, which was my understanding of when we needed to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. The motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to see something in writing that speaks to the fact that the city of Atlanta is no longer going to do any more projects out of that TAD before doing anything. And if there's no debt, then there's no need for this resolution. And I would also like to know how much of the county's money is just sitting there that is not being used. And a conversation, like Commissioner Arrington said, should be had to address that. If there's funding that we've sent over that's not going to be used, then yeah, it should be refunded, but that should be a conversation that should be had, and it should be done in the appropriate manner in writing, and if anything needs to be signed to receive that money back, whatever that process may be. But is this going to allow you to get that money back? I don't see what's so funny. Oh, okay, okay. So, the money that we already have in there, you saying how much of this money is Fulton County's money that's already in the TAD?
Well, I don't have an accounting for that. The point really here is to not send any more money over there, which we're going to need in the 2023 budget and subsequent budgets. That was the point. When they formally close Princeton Lakes, I assume they'll send proportionally to APS and to the county and to the city general fund. The funds in the Princeton Lakes was about $6 to $7 million. It's not big. East Side was, like I said, 110 million. That's after paying the committed items. So.
Okay, so you've said a lot that doesn't make any sense to me because I don't have anything from the city that addresses $110 million. You said they have to pay some obligations. Some part of that belongs to Fulton County. And then there's $6 to $7 million, which you said is not a lot. But to me, that is a lot because we could do a lot with $6 to $7 million. I can do a lot with just $150,000. So I think that with all of that, this really needs to be held. For one, because there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, and we need to get some clarity from the city on where they stand with this. We're talking about Roswell has TADs as well, and they have their own city economic development as well. I mean, there's so many TADs. We need to review them, not just by city. We need to review the TADs as a whole. And I'd make a substitute motion to hold it until our new BOC members are on board, because these they need to be able to weigh in on whether or not they want these TADs to be repealed.
All right, there's a substitute motion to hold. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion. All right, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Motion on the floor then is to hold. Let's vote on the motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold.
Come on, let's go.
And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, which is to approve.
So, Mr. Chair, I think I was next in the.
You were, Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Ellis. The motion on the floor is to approve.
So, Commissioner Morris, I wish you had gone first, because you seemed to present some of the information that I was concerned about, at least in regards to Invest Atlanta already saying they're not going to use at least one of these TADs. I think more importantly, though, was the information you said. So I want to understand this. So if we don't do it by January 1st, we will have to make an additional contribution to both of these TADs?
That was my understanding, but I could certainly be corrected by the county attorney or the CFO. Samir, do you have some information on this?
Good evening, Samir Abdullahi, Director of Economic Development. Per the existing resolutions that we have between the, county and the city, each year we would make a contribution for each of the TADs. So that is already described in existing resolution. Unless something like this was passed, to say we would pull that back before the expiration period of the TADs. And each of those last about 25 years.
But January 1st, is, as I understand it, is a key date because that's the date the property is assessed as of.
Correct.
And it's either assessed as part of a TAD or it's assessed as general fund
Right, it allows the
revenues.
assessor
I
to
think
set-
that's the point of the January 1st.
Correct, yeah.
And so my follow-up question then is, similar to what Commissioner Hall, what is your understanding of what would be done with these excess funds? And how soon? Right, if you said $110 million in one of them?
As I understand it, Commissioner Arrington, what this paper would do is keep us from sending any of our 2023 general fund taxes to these two TADs. It would not cause the TAD to end and a refund of the excess money coming back to us yet. The city could continue with the east side. They indicated again at the Invest Atlanta board they're not going to do any more projects at Princeton Lakes. But it's my understanding they could continue with the east side TAD money to continue to do projects. And when they're through with it, I guess, send us back the
So do we know
excess.
what the sunset dates are on both of these TADs?
I think Samir is, oh, excuse me.
The Princeton Lake TADs, our commitment ends 2027, and for the East Side TAD is 2028.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Just want to go on record in support of this, and appreciate working with Commissioner Morrison. I think he outlined it, very well. There's just prudence to the taxpayer here. We've got, both TADs that are going to sunset pretty soon, and one that's got more than adequate amount of funds to, to do any sort of development projects that they want to continue to do. But, given the many and multiple needs that we've got at the county, certainly the ability to have the opportunity to potentially redeploy $7 million or so will be very impactful to our citizens. And, certainly the action we would take is you all just, I believe in conversations with the county attorney, that if we took an action here, it doesn't do anything to remove our rights to any excess funds that may be sitting in either of those TADs at the expiration of the TADs. We would still have rights to whatever portion of our increment that, residually was there. Is that correct?
At the end of the TAD, our county would be entitled to a refund of any unobligated funds in proportion to what we contributed.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, and then in the resolution itself also, it does, before we act, it directs it to sort of confirm this again, which we've already got the data that, that does confirm it, but directs our staff to confirm it again before we take that action. And the time sensitivity to it is, I think, particularly important for us to act on, and I don't think does any sort of undue harm to anybody. And TADs will continue to exist regardless of the action we take here.
Commissioner Hall?
What is the resolution number that you're referring to, Samir?
I'm sorry?
The resolution that you referred to, what's that?
So each agreement or each TAD that the county is funding There is an existing or original resolution that we agreed to between the county and the city to provide that funding for traditionally about a 25-year period. So there's several resolutions for each one of the TADs.
Okay, Madam County Attorney, do you have that information about the resolutions?
I do not have it handy, but we can pull that and provide that for you.
Thank you. Please, if you could send that to me, I would appreciate that. And I'm looking at this resolution, and there's a line in here that says, whereas the Board of Commissioners also finds it necessary for county staff to actively review all remaining TADs in which the county participates to determine whether the county can discontinue its participation. And I still stand on the fact that we need to not look at this by city, we need to look at this as a whole, because there are many TADs, and come back with an overall solution. If they are going to stop projects in these TADs, then let them provide us with written communication that they're going to stop. And if they're going to allow us to retrieve our funding, then let them say that. But there is nothing before us. I haven't seen anything. Has something been sent to us that I don't know about or haven't seen, Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Morris, that speaks to what you're saying was said? Is there something in writing that they've provided, or this is all hearsay?
No, there's nothing the city has provided us. The Development Authority, Select Fulton has taken a look at it along with the county attorney's office to see whether we can just do this under those resolutions. While there are expected end dates of these things, the resolutions allow us to cease it unless there's indebtedness that has already been committed. It's been my understanding from our review of all of these. So, and again, you know, there was some sentiment, I think, from some folks to end a lot of these. I mean, to end our involvement with a lot of these, but these were the two.
There's nobody in my district. What folks are you speaking of? I'm sorry.
Well, I think Select Atlanta was tasked to take a look at it after the discussions with respect to the budget and the need to look at the possibility of looking at that TAD revenue that we send over to the various TADs. I'm not sure, really, most of the recent TADs outside of Atlanta, we did not agree to participate in, if it's my understanding. So it was simply a look and review of these, and because, again, East Side, the city was going to close several years ago as having fulfilled its purposes, and with Princeton Lakes, it has no debt, and Invest Atlanta let us know at the last meeting that there are not going to be any more projects funded out of it. So those two seem terribly logical to start with. You know, I certainly could have thrown Campbellton Road and Hollowell and Metropolitan Parkway and Stadium and maybe a few others. But staff needs to look at those, I think, because there hasn't been an indication, one, that they've fulfilled their purposes, or two, that the city's decided not to proceed with any more projects. So that's why we put forth these two. It's fairly simple, I think.
The operative words that you said was that they were going to close them, so why didn't they?
Well, I think they will be. I'm not sure what that process is going to be for the city and Invest Atlanta with respect to Princeton Lakes. You know, you probably read the press about East Side. Mayor Bottoms wanted to terminate the East Side TAD, thinking it had fulfilled its purposes, as I said some years ago. That was all in the press. I think it had something to do with the West Side TAD and the Gulch. And I think some council members representing that area sort of rose up and she backed down from that. But I think the facts are pretty much that TAD has fulfilled its purposes and probably greatly overfunded right now.
And council members represent residents, so I'm sure that as a mayor, she knew that those council members were representing their residents who did not want that to happen. And I haven't had not one resident in my district who's concerned about the TADs other than to be concerned that this was on here and they did not approve of us doing anything with the TADs other than being a participant and a partner. So I still go back to what Commissioner Arrington said at the beginning of this, that I think there's a conversation to be had and probably something in writing that needs to be in place before we just start removing ourselves, repealing TADs on the county side. Thank you.
Commissioner Aaron, you want to be heard again? The motion on the floor is to approve. No. Thank you, sir. Let's vote, please. Motion on the floor is to approve. Madam Clerk, let's go.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
22-0996, request approval of resolution recognizing the foreclosure crisis affecting the citizens of Fulton County, expressing the Board of Commissioners' desire to assist Fulton County homeowners associations, condominium associations, and property owner act associations in avoiding the foreclosure process, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington is seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Arrington?
Colleagues, you know I've been pushing for this for a while. Mr. Adams still doesn't like me because I was pushing so hard on this. I could not get the court. I tried to wait for the court to take action on their own. They will not take any action, so I'm asking that we formally ask them to take action. There's $354 million from the U.S. Treasury that was given to the state of Georgia. They have spent about $50 million, so there's about $300 million available to help people save their homes. And I have no idea in the world why the Superior Court would not want to help Fulton County and Georgia residents save their homes.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
On page 12, unanimous with Commissioner Ellis. On page 12, 22-0894, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has nominated Thomas W. Dortch III for a district reappointment to an unexpired term ending December 31st, 2024.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I just wanted to make the clerk aware, it says term below expires 12/31/2022. Madam Clerk, that's incorrect. That should say 12/31/2024.
Yes, so noted.
Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
On page 13, 22-0997, Audit Committee. Chairman Pitts has nominated Commissioner Ellis for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2024, and A.J. Jane for a full board appointment to a term ending December 31st, 2024.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Okay. Unanimous with Commissioner Arrington. On page 14, Board of Trustees of 22-0998, Board of Trustees of the Fulton County Employees Retirement System. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has nominated Commissioner Ellis for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2023. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Commissioner Abdul Rahman for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2023.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-1000, discussion, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, November 17th, 2022 meeting, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, as usual, I've presented the summary of the minutes of the last Invest Atlanta board meeting. If you need any more information on any of the items, you can call me at home.
Okay. All right, next item.
22-1001, Atlanta Beltline, December 14th, 2022 CEO report, sponsored
Yeah.
by Commissioner Morris.
Same thing with respect to the Beltline CEO report. We had a very short meeting, I think 1 or 2 small agenda items, but CEO report gives you some information about the great progress on the trails construction and design and the affordable housing units that the Beltline's been able to foster. So enjoy.
22-1002, discussion, Council on Aging audit, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, Mr. Nix, come on up. All right, I'd ask Mr. Nix to start an audit on this group. Where are we, Mr. Nix? And this is the senior group that Ben Howard talks about at every board meeting, and this has been a very, influential, important senior group for us through the years, but it's fallen by the wayside here recently. Mr. Nix?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, other distinguished members of the board, I will be brief. We were asked to look at the contracts involving this agency. It is the Council of Aging. They have received roughly $338,000, $230 under the community service grants, and another $100,000 was awarded to them during COVID, from COVID funds. Because of some medical issues, one of the very important managers of this organization has not been able to function on a day-to-day basis. And as such, they made a decision to sort of shut down their operations, put their books in storage, and no services are currently being provided. We have been trying for a good month and a half now to actually get the documents so that we can conduct the audit. However, we have been unable to ascertain those records. We're working with other members of the board to try to get those records. We are right now talking to the accounting firm that actually did their year-end report so that we can try to ascertain the information we need to verify that the dollars were spent for what they were intended. At this point, again, until we get those records, because all we have are the reports that were submitted to our Department of Community Development, and until we get reports, we cannot close the loop to show source documents that would support those reports.
Okay.
I'll answer any questions.
Any questions?
Do we know how much money that they say that they have spent out of the $330,000?
Yes,
How much?
they said that they have spent all of the money, yes. And if we look at the reports that they have submitted, they actually give us a number of people that they have supported. They have supported 200 people based on the reports that they have submitted. But again, we don't have any source documents so that we can verify any of this information at this point.
So can you send us the reports that they have sent to you?
Absolutely.
And how long do you propose that we continue to wait to get these records before we take some type of other action?
Thank you for that question, sir. Again, I received an email since I've been in this room that one of the board members has reached out to the accounting firm again and is waiting on a response. I believe that once we get a response from the accounting firm, we will get something. I'm not sure what, but, so I would suggest that we give me another week. I've been providing the chairman with updates on this on a regular basis. And, you know, if I have not received what we need in a week, I will certainly reach back to the full board and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, I'll be brief. This is very concerning to me. You know, we hear Mr. Howard every time, and I'm a little concerned that whatever the reason is, that you don't have the documentation. I never thought you would ever come before us and not have documentation. This is definitely a first for me. I don't know about my colleagues, and it is concerning. I would ask that within a week's time, if you would let my office know
Absolutely.
if it is any movement, because if we are about the business of being stewards of the taxpayer dollars for Fulton County, we got to hold everybody to that.
I agree.
Not just the ones that we like or dislike.
I agree.
And I'm just really concerned that in your position, usually when someone gets something from you, they at least try to be timely. And I'm not saying, you know, things do happen, but this seems to be an issue where movement seems to be very slow on.
And I think part of the problem is that the person who was at the top of the organization had a lot of control. And the board members that are now trying to help us get this information did not have access to all of the things that they probably should have. In addition to that, I think that there was an executive director who left, and they were in the process of trying to install another person in that position. However, it did not happen before the operation was closed down.
Well, thank you for giving me that information, Chairman. I would think in light of the email that you sent out with the concerns for the boards and how they're handled, I think this should go under that concern as well. Because when one person has that kind of control, that's not good. And so I would just make a suggestion to you, friendly suggestion to you, that maybe we need to look at, if not revamping, trying to see what we can do in the future to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you. Dr. Rochelle, did you have some additional information on this organization?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first thing that I would like to add is that the Council on Aging is an independent nonprofit. They were actually dissolved by the Secretary of State in October of this year. They're dissolved, administratively dissolved, because they did not pay their administration fees to the Secretary of State. So as far as them being an organization in Georgia, as of today, unless they decide to pay those fees, they're actually dissolved as an organization. The other item I'd like to add is what their connection is to Fulton County outside of the funding that they apply for, and their applications are vetted and they apply for. What Mr. Howard has been pointing out is that because the organization has not been functioning, they have not been participating on the Fulton County Commission on Elderly Affairs. And so there is a void in that commission because the Council on Aging, by bylaws, is a voting member of the Fulton County Commission on Elderly Affairs. So again, they're an independent organization. They were given voting rights through the bylaws as a voting member. What we can do and what we will recommend to the board next month, we have been advised by the county attorney's office to continue to monitor the administrative dissolution of the organization since they can come back. is to present a resolution to the board amending the bylaws for the Commission on Elderly Affairs and appointing new organizations so that there isn't a void. And so that would be the remedy to close the gap on what Mr. Howard has been pointing out, that because the Council on Aging, an independent organization, has not been attending those meetings, that was his concern. And our resolution to that is to amend the Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs bylaws and add other organizations in its place.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So, Commissioner Arrington, you are absolutely right. This issue, as far as the unresponsiveness of the organization, is recent. The history of the county funding the organization dates back to 2018. Right. Since 2018, that organization has complied with all of our reporting requirements. It was only discovered that they were unresponsive to a more in-depth audit over whenever the county auditor was commissioned to dig deeper. So absolutely in no way am I saying that they should not be held accountable. I just wanted to provide some additional context as to how the organization is connected.
Let's ask their board and their staff to be at our next meeting so they can answer these questions directly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nix. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page
So
15.
you'll, Dr. Rochelle, you'll notify the board?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
On page 15, 22-1004, discussion, boards, authorities, commissions, and task
All right,
force.
it's 5:36. I want to have some in-depth discussion about how we make appointments to these boards, authorities, and so forth. So I'm going to hold this until our next meeting to give us time to
Can I just
really
make,
talk about this.
can you give me one?
Sir,
I meant to bring this up earlier. This only relates to this item because there's an arts council. But can we administratively extend the CFS out for a couple of weeks? I've heard some folks, and I talked to Mr. Manuel about this.
Yes, sir. We can
Okay.
certainly, from a department operational standpoint, extend that date. We will provide notice to the public, and we
Okay.
will provide information to the board to share with your constituents.
Okay, thanks.
And can we add councils to boards, authorities, councils, commissions, and task force?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
I thought it was on there. Should be, okay. All right, next item.
Next item is on the consent agenda, pulled by Chairman Pitts on page 4, 22-0966, community development for spreading on the meeting minutes, contract between Fulton County and the National Black College Alumni Hall of
Oh, yeah,
Fame.
just too quick. What was the exact amount of that contract?
So the board approved the funding for the National Black Hall of Fame on January 19th of $150,000.
It was $150,000.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was a one-time?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, motion, we need a motion. A motion to approve by Commissioner Morris is seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Any other items?
No further items.
All right, no other matters to come before us. We adjourn. Thank you very much.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.